Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're doing some more Insignia Dev. I think we've got some team meetings coming up. I was doing some meetings earlier on today with our prospective new environment artist. And we've got some meetings with the animation team and the sound team later today. I have been pretty bogged down actually by some other work that I was hoping to be done with, but it is what it is. Last night doing a lot of refactoring on the archaeology project because we've got some ongoing bugs while that's actually live, which is really annoying. It's very picky bugs that only show up after a long period of the game running. So, not something that we'll tackle today on stream at all, just something that I'm dealing with, basically. Let me just see if I can do a little bit of an update to our chroma key here. I think this should be a little bit, maybe like that. Still a bit of flickering. But that's no good. Actually, there we go. Great. And then we can bring this back to about there. Should be good. And then we should be right. Okay. So. Unity's not that complex. So can we, hey, everybody, let me just cut back on the spam a little bit. So yeah, we've got a meeting in about half an hour. Happy to do a bit of like seeing what everyone's up to. The meetings are, first up we've got animation team, then we've got sound team, and then we've got music later. How did I figure out Unity? It's complex and kind of scary. No, it's not that complex. I think you just need to, there are other things you need to learn that Unity is sort of expecting you to already know to use it. It's not that scary, you know. You got a scene editor, you got a hierarchy, you got a project, you got your inspector. That's it, really. But it can be scary for people who are just starting out. All right, so right now I've done a little bit of work on our item stealing system, which is coming along. So when there is an enemy that has an item that we can steal, that's how we steal it. I'll show you again. But this time I'll do it with like a juggle. So I can lift the enemy into the air. And then, there we go. Achieve the item. So basically, you just have to break their composure bar down the bottom. And then the item will kind of like, what's the word? It'll kind of like just travel to you. And then you get to keep it. So simple little particle system there. For now, I think it's fine. There's no sound effect yet for it, but maybe we can get one later. I'm still not 100% on this system. I don't know how valuable it is. And I almost feel like it shouldn't even be visible to players earlier on. Maybe it's something that they have to have like some sort of equipment in order to scan enemies, in order to see what they've got on them. Like maybe the bar is just the regular bar until yeah, maybe. I could easily lock the whole system behind an accessory. That wouldn't be hard at all. Like a scan ring or something like that. Okay. So I'm not looking to spend any more time on it right now. This can go to here. That'll do. Instead, what I wanted to focus on today was maybe like a little bit more of chapter 1 demo stuff. I feel like I'm in a bit of a lost headspace with it because I kind of know, like, we're pretty much done, but there's still a bit to go and I don't know exactly what that is yet. So maybe it's time to do another playthrough and take some notes. We could be at that point. There were some things here to do with adding some sprites for things. This is polish related stuff. Add quests by, yeah, I mean, there's not really much. I mean, that's done. Oh, actually, there are a couple of VFX things that I need to fix. I need like an enemy spawn effect. That's just something that doesn't exist right now. It's in 3 of these dungeons. Also, tightening the cutscenes was like another one that I need to do. So, okay, let's just do that. Let's just think about that from the ground up. Yeah, there might still be some bugs. We might get some people to do some early alpha testing on that. Maybe it's time for me to push this, actually. The Final Fantasy soundtrack belongs to you more than the game at this point. It's extraordinary. I feel bad. I love these tracks. I mean, honestly, them just playing in the background is not the same to me as like listening to them. Like when I listen to Aerith's theme properly, I don't think about my stream. It doesn't even enter my consciousness. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe for you guys it does because you're sort of listening more actively. I can hear it. It's not like loud in anything. Hey, Bugatti Tech. Yeah, it might be time to just send it out. So let's just do a really quick sketch though about what this thing should be. I'm sure I've actually done this before. Ensigneffects.leo. This has had so much work in it over the ages. this huge document for VFX concepting. So I'm looking more in this kind of region and man, I love all this thinking. Oh, that's really cool. All right. So we got ensign goes up. Let's take this over to the right side. And we'll go this way. So this thing, I guess what I want to do is I want to be able to very easily say, okay, there's like a thing that's this shaped And maybe it's an aspect of like, first we do like our green outline around it. So we could have like the flame here. And this is actually something that I need to do across the board, like more broadly than just enemies, where I can assign a shader on them and they can have like the flame sort of coming off of it. But it needs to be something that sort of like happens pretty much once. Like it's one wave of the effect going over them. And then distinctly, there should also be like a bunch of like flame particles, like just like that I can spawn into the level in the general space that this thing takes up, so that when they clear away, this is happening behind it. So there's first like a big burst of flame. And then we have the shader, and then it's just left behind as its own thing without the shader. So it kind of like poof, forms itself into existence. I think that's pretty reasonable, actually. I think we can do that. And the shortcut version of that would be to use the flame particles that I created a while ago. I could probably also just make some up right now. Like it probably wouldn't be that hard to do. So let's look at this. Yeah, I mean, it's literally this. There is something here that we need to be mindful of, which is whether or not this thing needs to look different from actual fire. I mean, right now I'm using fire for everything, so it is what it is. But yeah, maybe we just let it be. Well, in that case, I just need to palette swap this. Did I break the palette? This is a separate palette just for the VFX. That's not it. Yeah. Okay. So I got these two colors. But here we've got up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need like 5 shades of this. is what it is. I'd like to not use this long term, but it might just be easier in the short term. Actually, if I make this indexed, I could literally just push this up. Boom. I might still do it one by one, just because I'm a bit concerned about it. So, first of all, this color. Replace this everywhere with this. 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 So now we got this, this, this. Okay. I think that hey, Can Give, welcome. I'm doing well. Hey, Blazin on YouTube, how's it going? Yeah, so this just needs to, we just need to make sure that this is going to work. It should be fine. Let's just export it. This is the 32 by 32, I think, with the pivot at the top. And I should just be able to grab all three of these and just chuck them in and get 3 RetroBox files out. Beautiful. Great. Perfect. So now, what I'll need for these is a way to, I'll need a palette swap shader, and I'll need to be able to assign which palette swap material we want when they spawn in. So let's start with creating an empty game object with a sprite renderer. And we'll put our ensign fire 1. We need an retro animator, which has the sprite renderer. And then we need the sheet can be fire 1. And then we need a material of ensign palette swap material. But I think this one might not be exactly how I want it to be. This here, Ensign palette swap. Yeah, we need the other colors in here. And I've not done a good job of this because, well, those are, yeah, not the colors that I chose back here. So maybe we can update this one and use that shader. So like this can be the darkest. Actually, that's fine. And then this, then this, then this. And then this. Yeah, that actually works. So make sure these colors are these colors. And then make sure that, because this is indexed, that should auto update. So then we can just re-export it, save it, and now they are the right colors. Okay, so here we just need to do that. And then we need to assign an actual color to this. So when I do palette swap material, there's no value here that we're assigning. Right now it's got an auto replace of 2.4, which means that this 2.4 will be the second column down. So if I just say playing and looping, and then I just put this like somewhere in the game, maybe right here, and then give it, I don't need to do this, but put it on the foreground layer. Let's have a look at the shader, make sure it's doing its job. So we've got the row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, that should be right, but I don't think so. It's right just for the two colors that we've pre-assigned in there, but it's not doing all of it. Maybe because I didn't export this. Okay, and now it should work. There we go. It'll be a race to release there. I don't know if we'll have it before GTA 6. So let's have a look here. Yeah, so there we go. We are palette swapping it. I'm not super fond of the yellow in there. I think that's too yellow for the ensign stuff. It should probably just be two-tone, which means back over here, the brighter colors, I'm just going to map them down. So anything that's this color is going to be this color. Anything that's this color is also going to be this color. So then we just get this. Hang on. That didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Let's try that again. Anything that's this becomes this. And anything that's this also becomes this. And now it should be much flatter. Yeah, perfect. So now, great, except for the flashy red bits. These two colors here are these two colors here. Did I get the second one though? Copy. Ah. It's gonna work. Still no. Oh, it worked. Okay, it updated. Cool. Okay. That's looking like Ensign Fire. Cool. So the idea would just be spawn a bunch of those in a rectangle or in an area where the enemy is going to be vertically upwards. Just go and then spawn the enemy in with a bit of the glow around it, and then we're good to go. Now, in the game over at Game Engine. I got these things called animation effects. That's not it. Ensign effect managers. That might be closer. Elements. And then Ensign trails. Trail effect. I know what that is. So it'll be inside of that little gap there. Inside of that little nook right here is where we'll put it. Hey, Big Imp. Okay. So it's basically the same as this fireball effect, I think. Where, yeah, it's picking between different particle systems to pull into effect based on the velocity. It should be doing that. Or maybe it's just about, it just does different ones over time. That's fine by me as well. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this one. Go back to Game Engine. Okay. And this is cool because I have a system that just lets me like assign these particles to anything. So it should be easy once we're up and running. I just need to essentially replace the texture sheet animation from Fireball to Ensign Fire, and then the renderer from Sprite on the default to the palette swap shader. In fact, we can just do that right now. There's the palette swap material. It's going to take me a bit. I'm going to grab a drink just before our meetings. I've got meetings in 5 minutes, so we'll be back in a sec. Blazin says, doing all right. Made yourself go to bed because you want to be up at 5 a.m. You don't want to be up at 5 a.m. playing Path of Exile 2. Nice. Heated blanket sounds insane to me because it's summer here, but it must be winter where you are. All right. So, it's so hot. It's so hot where I am. All right, I gotta actually stop this right now. We've got a meeting in a couple of minutes, and I want to set it up with Gemini to record. All right. So, gotta go over here. Gotta do some of this. Go this. And then start virtual camera. Add a link for the team. And then we're going to ask Gemini to record and take notes. Cool. I wish Google wouldn't flip my picture. That's okay. Alrighty. Well, I'm pretty sure we've got a meeting right now, so hopefully I'm not wrong about that. Yeah, it's on now. Cool. And then okie doke. Hey. I'm just gonna do a bit of that. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. Just off the top, I'll say feel free to not use any webcam or anything like that. We don't need any of that. If you're happy.
Cool, I literally don't have one.
Oh, cool. Okay. All right. Yeah, just wanted to not. I know that like on Google Meet, sometimes there's a bit of a precedent there, but I'm not trying to set that precedent.
Yeah,
Hey,
they
Luca.
did whinge at me.
Yeah, it's always a bit like that. Hello?
Hello, is this working?
Yeah, we got you. Cool. I'm going to start the recording, and then Google Meet will give us an awesome set of notes at the end. So.
All right. I couldn't get my new microphone to work with this, so hopefully this old mic is okay for now.
I can hear you okay.
All right, cool.
Cool. All right. So, hey, how are you both?
Good.
Yeah, doing all right. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I've been under a lot of pressure, actually.
Hmm.
Just I found myself in a position with the what's the word, with the archaeology project, where it's just there's just like one bug that's shown up that happens only after like a long, it's like days of the thing being active, but it breaks the game, and the only way to fix it that I can tell is like do a massive refactor. So it's like a lot of work to fix a tiny thing, but it's urgent. So that's been eating up my nights. But other than that, everything's okay. Okay. So shall we talk about Morgan's work first, and then maybe Luca, we might end up doing some extra stuff after, if that's okay with you. Did we lose Luca?
Maybe.
He's just gone. Oh, hello. Oh,
No.
came and went. It must have been something I said. Okay. Well, maybe we'll continue with your side of things, Morgan.
Mhm.
So,
Sure.
you have done some awesome work on Tiberius. The bow is looking great.
Thank you. I'm actually really proud of it.
Yeah, I think it's great. And so you're working on Nettie at the moment,
Yeah.
and Oliver.
I also, yeah, I did Oliver's Wave. If you saw that.
Yeah, I have seen it. I haven't given any feedback, have I? I can.
No.
Cool. Shall I? I can do that right now, maybe. What's the best way that I can share it on my screen without making it anybody doxed? One sec. I think I can just drag it directly into Sprite. Is that a thing I can do? It's a GIF. GIF open. No, I don't think so. Might have to download it first. One sec.
Yeah. Now that
That'll
I've
work. Cool.
come back to it, I feel like it might need to be a little faster, just so it looks a bit more excited.
Let's take a little look here. Why is my... There we go. So, broadly, I think it's right. I would say there are a couple of things here that I'm a little conscious of. Maybe I'll just do a load default palette, and I'll pick a, remap that, pick a red, draw a little something here, and then go back to here and link the cells. Okay. So, and then maybe how big is this? We're looking at 1, 2, 3. So let's sprite size 33.3334. Cool. Okay, this should be about what you did. Cool. So I think this line here of where he's waving, so from here to here across this here, feels a little bit to me like his body is facing kind of this way, but the line is going this way. So I'm wondering if it should be more like this. It's a super minor thing. I don't know if it's even that. Hey, Luca.
Welcome back.
Hey,
Welcome back. What
I'm
happened?
just on my phone. My my home internet just decided to die, which is like terrible timing. Sorry about that.
It's all right. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just hearing about how you had trouble with that archaeology project, but then
that's all
just
good.
stopped working.
Yeah, we're currently reviewing some of Morgan's work.
Okay.
So we'll just continue with that until we're done with that, and then we'll move on to some stuff with you. If you're happy to do some working on the new enemy alongside, or if you can, maybe you could show it off a bit after.
Yeah, I've just reset my router, so hopefully that fixes it. So
okay. Feel free to hop out and hop back in if that's something you want to try while we're discussing this stuff.
All right.
Okay.
I'll put myself on mute for now.
Cheers. Cool. So yeah, I think it's just like it's a minor thing. It's just like perspective based.
I can see it.
When I look at him here, Yeah, it just feels a little bit, maybe because he's so like static otherwise. It just, the arm
Yeah,
feels a little bit like it's not taking into account like the rest of his body. Maybe like we would see this part of the collar like shift over at one point, stuff like that.
yeah.
And I think like the tail's looking great. That's good.
Thanks.
Yeah, just a bit of extra motion for sure. Like
Yeah,
if his head moved to the side as well, and then like the feather followed a little bit, it's probably, I actually might suggest doing some of the secondary motion and like little extra bits before worrying too much about the hand. I feel like maybe the hand stuff will kind of just iron out it'll all just come out in the wash a bit. To use more cleaning metaphors. Yeah, it's more, I want to see just like a little bit of shifting of the weight
yeah.
in the wave. That's all.
I started off doing like a huge like full body side to side, and I think I overcorrected back.
Yeah, it happens. I would say, yeah, generally speaking,
Yeah,
it's
I'll just
not,
have him shift like a little bit.
yeah, just a little bit. Couple pixels left and right would be fine.
Yeah.
And faster, maybe, yeah, as well, is not a bad shout. You could go even faster than that. You could go maybe 60 ms. Yeah. Even, yeah, I think maybe for where we're at right now with it, like there may come a time where we come back and say, oh, it needs to be more jumpy and lively, and maybe it needs to have a beginning
yeah.
and an end. But for what it needs to be right now, I think it's probably not worth overthinking it and over detailing it beyond just this loop, just for the
Yeah.
sake of, yeah, until we have it in context and seeing what we need it to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to keep it worth 1 point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right too. Yeah, try to keep it worth 1 point. So yeah, maybe not too many like perspective changes on the shifting. If it's just like a little, like a 1 pixel whole body shift, and then using the
Yeah.
feather to sort of sell the weight a bit more, then
Yeah, for sure.
you can get it done. Yeah, it should be easy. Okay.
Yeah, sweet.
Cool.
I'll polish that up today.
No worries. Is there anything else? So the netty stuff, you're happy to just keep working on that as well?
Yeah, that was like a preliminary like question before I even get started on it, because Oliver was yesterday.
Sweet. And for the rest of your current scope,
yeah, after Nettie, it's just Oliver's drum animation. So I went and had a look at the traveling band, and I got their cycle so that it could be synced.
Yep.
So I've set Oliver's frames to be the same as
Perfect. Great. Looking forward to see like an early draft of that once you've got one.
Yeah. Actually, that reminds me. Is Nettie conducting going to be the same timing?
Yes, but for now, I wouldn't put the same amount of energy into it as Oliver's drum, because I don't know where she's going to be standing in the scene or how that's going to fit. So I would keep that like super minor for now and just yeah.
So yeah, like less unique frames, but still the same timing. I'll just push some to like on twos or something.
Yeah, maybe it's like a very subtle, you know, not like the whole body thing. And that might save you from having to put too much energy into it for now. Keep it 1 point.
100%.
Sweet. All right. Well, you're doing great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. All right. I'll let you get off to it, and we'll bring Luca in.
Alrighty.
All right.
Is there much reason for me to stick around?
No, you can head off.
All right. Catch you later.
Thanks, Morgan.
Bye.
Yo, Luca, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know. It seems to be my, the NBN device. It's not picking up some signals. I'm just trying to sort that out.
Could be an issue with like out on the street rather than.
Yeah, it could be, but that's like ridiculous timing. We're in the call for less than a minute. Just give me. I'll try to reset it again, and then see if we can get it working.
We just a quick before you do that. Is it worth us? How are you going with the links in? Like, are you feeling like you want to keep just chipping away at it on your own, or are you feeling like you want to review with me and have a bit more attention on it?
I can keep chipping away at it, but it'd be cool if you had a look at it. I'm just having trouble with the jump still. Yeah, I've added those interface states, but yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong there.
That's okay. I've got meeting wise, we've got sound effects in about 15 minutes. So there's going to be a point at 3 where I've got an hour between 3 and 4. Maybe we could just jump into it then, if that makes sense. Do you want to, in the meantime, before you go here, should we do it like a quick review, just like a visual? Like, are you able to share screen, or you're just on your mobile, so you can't even?
Yeah, I'm still on my phone, and I didn't push what I've done so far. So
Okay,
just unfortunate. Yeah,
that's all right. That's cool.
But Vayli sent a GIF, which isn't amazing, but
I can bring it up on stream. Maybe that might be a bit better.
Yeah.
Let me go just to make the most of the meeting before I close it out. Just gonna download it.
Hang on, it might be working now. Give me. All right. It looks like my internet's back.
Cool.
So I'll get back on my PC then. Just give me a couple minutes.
No worries. I'll sit tight.
All right. Thanks.
So this is looking cool. What do you reckon, chat? He's already got a lot of the base behavior in, which is really cool to see. With this stuff, it's always like, for me, it's a bit of a chore to just get the bones of an enemy up and going, but it's not that complicated. It's just like, you need to plug the states in, plug the sprite renderer in, set up the life component, and if he's got it doing what it needs to do, that's great. Hello. Hey, you're back.
Yes. Yeah, sorry about that. That's a bit embarrassing.
No, it's not. It's just life. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So, did you want to show it off in Engine?
Oh, yes. So I can share it on Google Meets, can I?
Yep. Yep, you can share your screen in Google Meets.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, share screen. Okay.
Okie dokie.
Infinite mirror error. Okay. All right. So that's going okay.
You got some exceptions in there jumping in that might be slowing it down. Is it going full speed for you, or is it just my screen recording?
Yeah, I see on the Google Meets, it's the frame rate's not that great for some reason.
That's all good. What's a way we can make it better? I don't know if there is a better way.
There might be some settings I need to tweak on here. I haven't used this that much, but
it's all good. All right. So, do you want to take me through how you've set up the logic for it?
Yeah. So at the moment, what is this? The jump. Oh, okay, yeah. So I've got this engage here. So the combo works well. So I made these serialized lists of the retro sheets for each combo.
Mm-hmm.
So we can kind of just plug in each attack into there, and it seems to work fine. And so the jump I've got, so this is where I've attempted to do the jump attack. So I've plugged these in here.
Yep.
I don't know if that helps.
Yeah.
but
It will.
and I've also tried to just add a velocity as well for here, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem to leave the ground.
That'll do it, but 2 is pretty small. If you set it to like 5 or 6, you might see it a bit more obviously.
All right, I'll try that, and also in Retrobox, I've got something there as well.
Okay. Well, those 2 might conflict with each other if you have 2 of them. Also, I don't know about those out of range exceptions, but if they're stopping the script from running correctly, they might not apply the velocity.
Yeah, this wasn't here before. Maybe I was just testing something.
Is it because you don't have an airborne sheet attached?
Oh, I do. I've put this air control thing in, seeing if that might have been.
Okay.
Would he need one of these things?
Well, briefly, if you don't mind, I might just jump into Leonardo and explain. So the way that it works is there's, for like the player, there's like a jump, which then goes into an air control.
Mm-hmm.
And these aren't typically attack states. This is just like for jumping. So air control is literally like falling in a controlled way. You know, it lets you maneuver a little bit through the air and is open to like the left and right arrow keys, and you can shift a bit. And it'll usually play all of the animation frames based on your velocity. So when you're moving very fast upwards, it plays this frame. When you're moving very fast downwards, it plays this frame, and interpolates between them as you go. So that's air control. Jump is usually, it leads into this. So jump is like, I've pressed a button to jump, and now I'm going to do this exact curve on the y axis, and the x axis can be whatever we want it to be. You can have actually air control simultaneously operating while jump is happening. So you can have jump call air controls update, and then so jump will still do its y stuff while air control controls the x stuff. But that's all that's using the assumption that that you have some sort of thing controlling the x axis. So on its own, jump won't do that. Jump only controls the y axis.
I see.
In the context of combat, it's hey, jump die. Thank you so much for the subs. In the context of combat, usually you would have something like I would call it like a leap. That's like how I make a distinction between the two. And a leap or like a dive. I have in different enemies different implementations of this, so there's no like clear language, but that instead is more like, instead of just controlling y-axis or x-axis, it's like, here is the exact curve that I want you to follow over time. Or another alternative is like, I'm just gonna assign the x as an impulse and assign the y as an impulse, and then let gravity do its job and get us where we need to go. These are different strategies, so it's really dependent on what we want to do.
Yeah, that's right. Whatever feels correct.
Yeah. It might be worth even like, you know, is this, when you've got the player character here and the enemy here, is it a matter of, that's not quite what I want. Is it a matter of like, is it a jump over to here and then dive? Or is it a arc? I think it's something. Actually, Rekka in her boss encounter has something just like this, where it's let's go have a look to see if that still works. So let's disable curve for now. I don't know what that was. Will she do it? Oh, something's happened. That's a shame. So let's go look at her state tree just to check. Combat behaviors, engage, leap attack.
Her jump works.
Yeah. So leap attack is we've got a behavior state for leap, a behavior state for attack. Leap happens first, and then when leap is finished, it attacks. So in this case, leap is an air state, a mobile state. It's an attack with a range, so it can tell you whether or not it's allowed to do it based on how far away it is from you. And then it has some properties that you have to assign it. So basically on entry, what does it do? It sets the gravity scale to 0, sets the drag to 0. It faces whoever it's attacking, and then plays leap animation. This is interesting because it's not, how do we model the y-axis? Okay, eval jump pause, curve. Okay, so there's a curve here that is controlling the y. So I've basically turned gravity off, and I'm saying this is going to control your whole y-axis. Now, currently, we could replace this. This is like, it's possible to completely replace this with what we do for like Armin's like charge, which is inside of Retrobox, I have the curve that controls his position over time.
Yeah.
The only thing is it's just a bit hard to see this in space, but it's easy to change it, right? You just put it wherever you want and it works.
Yeah. So we shouldn't really use both at the same time then.
No, you wouldn't use both. Actually, the other thing worth mentioning is this leap, that it does make a distinction between X and Y. So it's kind of actually, it might be perfect for what you need, because that thing in Retrobox, you know, when you say it's this, you have no way of stretching it out for further ranges. You can't say actually do this instead. It'll just do exactly the same thing every time. Whereas the leap just says, well, the Y is going to do this, and X is going to do whatever it needs to do to get there by the time the Y is at the bottom.
Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah.
So you just set this to go faster or slower. You just set a higher or lower X value based on the distance to the target. And then the jump is just the Y component of that. So X speed here, it takes it just takes the absolute value, like the distance between where you're going and where you are, and then divides that over how long you're going to be in the air, which is, you set it up there. So maybe that's what you want, is leap.
Yeah, and that should already allow the enemy to get off the ground as well.
Yeah.
I'd imagine.
Yep. And what you could do is you could end this with the Y higher up than it starts, and then do your attack straight after. So you could have it do this and have this point be right over the enemy, over the target, like Armin, and then you just do your stab after that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe even if you keep some of that the X velocity, it might let the momentum carry him a bit further. But I don't know if it's a bit, we're sort of tweaking something that already exists a different way in order to do this. But I'd be okay with that. I don't think anybody else uses leap except for Rekka right now. Let me check. And even if there is somewhere else that uses it, leap attack, it's only used in Rekka. So yeah, maybe you modifying this will help refine how she works, because she's not perfect anyway right now. So I'd be happy for you to just use leap attack.
All right, and that's just shared between, I guess, Rekka and okay.
Yep. And in fact, like, when we describe these things, there will be enemies who basically have the same exact kind of attack, and I'm happy for these things to be able to be modules that we can share and use, as long as like some initial parameters just need to get changed and not behavior. That's great for me. That's way better.
Okay. Would it need like some just detecting, like if we did want it to be higher up off the ground or end high up off the ground, would that need to be added into that leap attack, or should already?
So the way it works is if I go to combat behaviors, leap attack, the curve is just supplied in the inspector. So you could just put this up higher.
Yeah, nice. Okay.
And that'll just do it.
Sweet.
So it can be different for different enemies. or even maybe all of the enemies should have their Y end a little bit off the ground.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, I can give that a try.
Yeah, give it a try. If so could you just take me through which other behaviors you're using? Like, are you using jockey at all right now?
Jockey, no.
Okay,
What would that be
cool.
for?
So I thought it would be good just to walk you through a couple of the behaviors that can be used. So if you look at the Hunden, he has an animation. It might be still called jockey, or it might be called something like maybe it's footsies actually. You're not using that, are you?
No, I did see that though.
Yeah.
So far I've implemented like this shuffle forward and shuffle back, which seems to work well.
Okay. And is that let me just check to see how I've done it in the past. So we've got stalk, footsies, walk. So how I wonder who shuffle is the Froggen uses shuffle, which is it's very similar, but I guess is that right? Is that where you found it?
No, I
you implemented it yourself?
Created my own one. I didn't know.
Okay. No worries.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where it's good for us to stay in sync. So let me explain what footsies is, and then you can tell me if that meets the description of what shuffle does. So footsies is a kind of walk that always faces a target, and it always moves either forward or back inside of a specific range. So it's like maintaining facing. It's like the fencing thing. That's basically what it is. Like fighting game footsies. Is that what your shuffle does?
Kind of, but it's not really a walk. It's more of I guess like a mini hop. It would just if it's too far away, it'll do multiple shuffles. And once it's close enough, then the final shuffle would only calculate to be in front of the target rather than shuffle past it.
Okay. Well, does it have any? Is there any specific logic about how it should play the animation while it's doing that?
It's just I've put it as in curve behavior states, so I guess those animations will be in there.
Okay. Can you maybe a bit later we can take a deeper look at it and see how it works?
Okay.
I got to jump off now because I got a sound effects meeting. But I mean, so far, like, I'm actually okay with you continuing on the trajectory you're on. Don't feel like you have to refactor it yet, because if it's working, then it's working. My only thing I would say is, before we get too deep, I would prefer this to be a fun fight first, than one where we implemented all the animations. For now, I'm okay with you to play around with it, because like you're still figuring this stuff out, and you might come up with something that's better than how I would do it. But I would prefer for us to be able to play test it.
Yeah. All right. We can talk about it a bit later if you'd like. After, or
sure.
I guess we can coordinate about it afterwards.
Cool. Yeah, I would say for now, I would say see how far you get with the leap. If you're if you can get to a point where you're happy with it, and the other preliminary animations have been put in there, like the hurt states, knockdown, that kind of thing. Once we have a fight where like you can fight against it, that's when we can review it. And that doesn't have to be in an hour. That could be later. It could be like next week or something. Whenever you're ready with it.
All right, no worries.
Cool.
All right.
Okay. Thanks, Luca.
No worries. Thanks, Adam.
See ya. Okay. Oh, look at us. All right, that'll do. I'm going to leave the call, and we're going to set up a new one. Okay, copy this link. And we want to also record. And we're going to start the recording now. Not yet. Cool. Okay. We wait. Okay. All good. Take your time. Just let me know. Alrighty. So yeah, I'm starting to feel quite actually one more thing. SFX meeting. Save that, close that, do this. Da, 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 da. Not like that. Yeah, I think I'm starting to get a pretty clear mindset of how this game production needs to go. After speaking to Ryan, I feel like our producer friend, I feel like it's starting to become very clear what needs to happen. And I think I was, and the team maybe was experiencing a bit of friction in this idea of like, what does done look like right now? Partly because of the way the contract is set up. Basically, I had set it up so that they would have to polish and finish work before I could sign it off, which meant that we'd have to do the chapters as if it was like a TV series. You know, do season 1, then you do season 2, then you do season 3. But games are a bit different. And it actually probably makes more sense to think of the game as a whole movie where we do storyboarding first and then we do, you know, filming later. So having the game be a playable thing start to finish before it's a polished thing is probably more conducive to the creative process. And I think, yeah, I'm trying to see if we can kind of like encourage things to go in that direction as they are right now without like disrupting any of the contracts or whatever. Because I think momentum will be faster that way. We'll have more. We'll be doing a lot more and a lot more quickly if we're doing it that way. Makes sense. Yeah. I actually had a chat yesterday with some fellow local game devs who are also doing similar things to me. So there's a game called Doggy Don't Care that's being made by a guy named, I never know how to pronounce his name, whether it's Rohan or Rowan, but he is at the time when we met, he was the only other dev who received both the Australia screen funding and the New South Wales screen funding. And we were just chatting about that kind of stuff. Yo, we've got Elias coming in, so hey.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Hello?
I'm doing well.
Good.
I think it should be recognizing the microphone, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're a little delayed maybe, but you're okay.
Cool.
I'm going to record this one if you're okay with that.
Yeah, go for it.
Sweet. Alrighty, we're in. So, talk to me, Elias. What's been going on?
So we have a haptic system operational.
Whoa. Okay.
I wouldn't merge any changes yet, but if you want to hop onto the sound design branch.
Okay, 1 sec. I'm just going to commit what I'm doing right now, and then we're swapping over to sound design. Let me quickly save everybody a long period of waiting for Insignia's like library to rebuild itself because I don't want to crash this as I switch over. So I'm going to close Unity. I'm going to go over to sound design. First, I'm going to. I guess I'm
Actually,
going to
hold on one second.
Okay,
I forgot.
okay.
We got one reference in the. So you're gonna try it and it won't work.
Okay. Shall I re-pull when you say so?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Should be good. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'm pulling whoops. All right, jumping in. How's the weather over there?
Cold. It got to like 20 degrees today. I don't know what that is in Celsius. Maybe like -5, -6.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think they cross over at like -14.
-40 is the
Oh.
is the crossover point.
Yeah. That's cold.
Yeah, we had snow over the weekend. There was like way more snow than we were expecting.
Nice. Is that nice? I don't know if I've never had snow like in the place where I live. It's always like I have to drive to go to where the snow is. So it's never like an inconvenience, but is it like that over there?
It's it's nice when you see the snow like at night and it's all pretty while it's falling, but then in the morning when you got to shovel the sidewalks and the
Right.
and the driveways.
And do you have to do that?
Yeah.
Right. That sucks. Okay. So I'm in. Where am I headed?
So if you hit play,
I'll get a controller
I
up.
think I have a test event that just when you hit the attack button, you should get the controller vibrating.
I don't think I've got my controller set up just yet. One sec. Okay, we're in. Let's have a look.
So
Oh, I don't have a sword here. One sec. Perfect.
there's a possibility that Pro controllers might not work in the editor. I'm not sure.
It's not a real Pro controller. It should be.
Oh, okay.
It's an 8-bit dough one. Do I really just not have a sword here? What am I doing? Let's go test progress. Okay. No, not getting anything. Maybe should I try to plug in like a PlayStation controller, or what would be the right?
Yeah, maybe a PlayStation controller.
All right. I'll be right back.
I hope everyone's doing well.
Okay. I have one plugged in, but I don't think that did anything. Okay. I got a DualSense plugged in. Nothing yet. Maybe I'll just try recompiling if that's anything.
Maybe try to keep the game running and go to the assets and haptics folder. Haptics events folder, sorry.
Test. Not getting anything. Maybe this is just like a PlayStation 5 DualSense.
Yeah, it's the same one I'm using.
And have you got it connected via Bluetooth or wired?
Wired.
Yeah, that's how I've got it.
Yeah.
It could be because I had Unity running before I plugged the controller in. I'll try closing it and opening it again. I believe you that it will. I'm sure it does work.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's try again. Nothing yet. That's a shame.
That's so strange.
What's it currently? Could you talk me through like currently what it's using to do the haptics?
Yeah, it's on the game system prefab.
Yep.
Is a like next to the audio. I guess not next to, but in the same hierarchy as the audio.
Yep.
Global audio is global haptics.
Haptics, global haptics, active events. Cool. Maybe I'll see if I can track that. I do have the tests in there, so it's definitely running. And then how are you connecting to controllers? Is this using Rewired or like the new Unity?
Yeah, this
ecosystem?
is just calling Rewired's built-in function.
Oh, okay. And it does, I mean, obviously it must work for you.
Yeah.
And the whoops wouldn't have done anything?
The whoops was just assigning that test event in the global haptics
Okay.
script.
So the fact that I'm seeing it at
It's
all
just
means
like-
it must be up to date.
Yeah.
Like if I'm pressing the button and I'm seeing the haptics event show up. If I am.
Yeah, if you pause the game and expand those tests, I imagine it's probably a rewired thing, but
Oh, I've got nothing on the low motor and the high motor. Oh no, there was something there.
yeah, they do bump.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder if it's something where we need to poll, like whether or not like, Rewired recognizes the controllers as being eligible to have haptics. Like, I don't know if there's anything like that. Will it ever like not send the events directly to the controller?
I don't know. It could be if we have like different things plugged in. Maybe right now I'm grabbing the first controller
I
and
see.
setting the vibration on that. So maybe if
Well, I mean, I have a thing called input. Where is it? Input config. And then input config, it will pick up a controller at some point. There's somewhere active controller. Yeah, so that's where I'm grabbing.
yeah, that's what I have. That's where I'm checking.
Controllers,
as
joystick
well.
0. Okay. That's annoying. Is there like a Windows setting where you need to enable? Oh, I don't know. Is that a thing? Like troubleshooting rewired Rumble Unity. I don't know. We could try asking GPT. Can't hurt. Hi, I'm using Rewired to input config and then haptics. Using Rewired to handle rumble on in the game, and I'm getting differences between PCs, both using DualSense. Is that what they're called? Controllers.
Yes, the DualSense.
One won't rumble at all, even though there aren't any errors or apparent differences in how the game should run. Are there any Windows specific things that might block rumble or ways we could validate whether Rewired is actively sending rumble events directly to the controller? Actually, could you point me to where you're actually sending the event? Would it be in global haptics?
Yes, that would be where that's where the event is like triggered.
Mm-hmm. Is it right here?
That's like adding up all of the active events. That's like managing them.
Yep. Hang on one sec. I don't want to be using agent mode. I want to be using ask mode.
The place where the rewired vibration place is called is at the end of late update.
At the end of late update. Yep. Just here. Set vibration. Right. So we assume that if I put a log here, we should be able to just see that play out straight away. Yeah, I'm seeing values. So that log is we're certainly getting this far, I think.
Yeah, maybe it's a Steam thing.
Oh.
I don't know if Steam is.
Yeah, I've got Steam
like,
on at
messes
the
up.
moment. Let's exit Steam. I don't need that. That's a really good catch, actually. I'm going to unplug it and replug it back in. Steam does sometimes wrap the...
Yeah.
It'll like catch
I've
it
had
and
that.
change it. Ah, yes.
Hooray!
Very good. Good catch. Thanks, Elias. Cool. Okay, I'm seeing it. Yeah, nice. Cool. So what, oh, and you've got your little, yeah, looks great. Okay. So from here, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. I might try putting them in like places to see how they feel.
Yep.
Like actual game.
Yep.
Events.
Yep.
And then in the future, I might. Right now, they're just using regular animation curves.
Yep.
To edit them.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little bit cumbersome.
Yep.
So I think you had the right intuition when you were talking about the Nokia like vibration patterns.
Yep. Of just having like a...
I'll probably do something similar to that, where I just draw like a bar graph in discrete steps, because it doesn't need to be that high fidelity. It's not like you feel them in the motors anyway.
Are the motors sensitive enough for us to be preliminarily like getting ahead and proactively adding sounds as the vibration, like just sampling the amplitude or something? Or is that too confusing?
Are you talking about for like the special haptics or just like regular vibration?
Kind of almost both. Like, could we like start like, okay, so like architecture wise, would it make sense? Because right now, this event, is this a scriptable object?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you're only authoring this once, and then you can use it in multiple places. That's already good. I guess. Well, I mean, that seems fine to me. Is it that? What makes you feel like it'll be convoluted or like difficult to do?
Oh,
to do it
just
this
the
way with
editor
animation
for the curves,
Mm.
like just dragging points around. What
Yeah.
I'm thinking I might do is I built something for wave track. Well, it's already like used in other trackers.
Yep.
But the way that volume is drawn there, I could just show.
Yep. One sec.
So sort of like this kind of interface. Just
Yeah. Columns instead of
yeah, just do that.
Mhm.
Loop release. Great. Like
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. I
it's
see it.
done.
Yep.
So yeah, I think that's gonna be like the easiest to author.
I think so. There are questions here. One is like ease of authorship. The other is like extensibility. So this feels like a really easy way to get started and do like a lot of sounds that don't need to be high fidelity. I guess it's probably worth asking, is there a context where we would want to do higher fidelity sounds than just, or like higher fidelity haptics, I should say, than just like amount over time, like for the platforms that can support that, like the DualSense controller and the Switch 2 controllers? And I guess the question there is, if we say yes, is that like a separate implementation, like just a different kind of file that can also be played?
That's a separate data. They usually have those like replicate sound waveforms themselves.
Yep.
So I think the DualSense lets you just pump sound signal directly to it, and it does the conversion. I think Nintendo, we have to do the conversion beforehand.
Sure.
To like a special whatever data structure they have.
Yep. And in terms of the pipeline there, all I was confirming is whether or not we would want to start with something that was sound file based and convert that into normal Rumble so that it would make the conversion more straightforward to
I see.
PlayStation. But maybe I'm over engineering at that point.
I think it's probably, I would start with the regular motors of the most broad scale.
Yep.
So I'd probably start there, since that's like most controllers use that.
Yep.
And then we can get specific afterwards.
Sounds good. I'm okay with that. As like an override logic or pattern or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, we'd honestly use both, because the motors still exist in the PlayStation and the Switch controllers. So like the extra tactile haptics would just be like sprinkles on top, I imagine.
Okay. That sounds good. All right. Well, then from here, maybe we'll do like a little suite of examples. Something, I guess you would want to explore, like, what are the bounds? What's the minimum case for when we want to feel rumble? And then what's like the maximum case? So, and then like for example, is it too much to go on every footstep? Probably. Is it too much to go on every on-player hit? I would call like footsteps and player hitting enemies as like player, like the players press the button and therefore does that need feedback, or is it the other way around, when the system's telling the player, like when the player gets hit by an enemy, that would be like a negative feedback, or like a system outputting to the player. So maybe like that's the standard. Or it could just be we do it case by case. Like I feel like destroying boxes probably could rumble, but maybe not opening chests.
I think just like whatever feels good.
Yeah.
If it feels good, it is good.
All right. Yeah, I won't over prescribe that.
But I'll do some testing and like just put it in the game and see how it feels.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. I'll let you do that, and maybe just by Monday we'll see if is that how does that feel as a time to do that test? Is that enough time or?
Yeah, that's plenty.
All right, then we'll check it on Monday.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks, Elias.
No problem. I forgot we're not on Discord. I went to go.
Yeah, I'll send you the notes later.
All right, cool.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
Bye. Okay. So I'll wrap that up. And we've got one more meeting straight after this, but I've just got a message, so I want to make sure I respond to that message. Yep. Okay. I can answer that later. All right. Let's return to home screen. We'll do one more meeting. So, yeah, just to continue the conversation we were having before, I think it was good to catch up with some local developers with similar situations to mine, because, yeah, they also had. It's interesting just chatting about like the business side of it and like what, as like I guess directors, like what we're kind of learning and figuring out. Similar growing pains, I think, in like building a team. Like a few of us have done that, where we've kind of like started a solo and then built a team through the process of getting grant funding, and then now we're trying to release our games. And what do you do when you've got the relationships are changing in the way that they are set up, and maybe the project needs something different from what it needed at the start. And so how do you naturally, it's almost like a crab, or not a crab, like a crustacean that's like too big for its shell or whatever, and it needs to like shed it, but that's a very vulnerable period of time in order to grow. Crustacean, invertebrate, you know what I mean. Waiting on Morgan Composer. I don't know if she's around. I might just respond to this message in the meantime. Okay. Not sure what's happening with Morgan, but oh, we got a meeting in an hour. Whoops. Let me delete that. Whoops. Cool. I'll leave this. This might not actually be up at the time when I click it, but let's just leave it like that. Sorry, I just got turned around. I got a meeting in an hour, not right now. Alrighty, so back to what we were doing before. I'm just going to shut down Unity and switch back over to the other branch. So annoying that Steam eats the controller input like that, or the controller output, I suppose you could say. I wonder how we'll work around that. Okay. So where we were is we're working on that fire. Dude, I'm context switching so hard right now. I'm going through like 5 different conversations in like 2 minutes. Oh, that's cool. This is some cool stuff, chat. I don't know if I can show it to you yet, but it's cool. Actually, you know what? I think we can do it. Let's do it right now. Okay. I am going to provide some feedback on something that I just got shown. So, environment artist has been doing some, what's the word? We've been doing some preliminary testing with a new environment artist. Not fully signed on yet, but we're just like seeing if we can work well together. This is the artist who was the background artist on the trailer that I had produced early this year. Trailer's still work in progress, but it's sort of in my hands. So anyway, this is what they've presented for a this is for in the game. So this is right after the scene where we were previously working for chapter 2. So in chapter 2, Armin starts here, he runs down here, and then there's this scene where the Hunden kind of there's a scene. Why is that happening? What did I do with that? Oh, do you know what? I think it's that thing I literally just added to the game. Disable this, maybe, and then play that. Okay, so there's a cutscene here where the Hunden kind of are introduced as characters, have a chat, blah blah blah, and this doesn't have a setting yet. So there's also like a bit of a concept here where I've done a bit more work on it in engine. right? This maybe could take place here. This is the kind of like colors and palette and detail of the landscape, but we don't have a location yet. So that's kind of what this is for. This piece of work would effectively allow us to do a lot more storytelling in the world building where cutscenes take place. I could do this myself, but I think it's better when there's someone else providing outside effort into it, because for me, you know, I'm thinking about the level geometry, and I'm thinking about the story. It can be a little bit overwhelming for me to also think about the like literal architecture and the story of the architecture. So even just doing that with someone else is really helpful. Like, we collaborated on this, and so I'm going to give some feedback. So this is a church, an old ruined church. Most of the people in the world of Insignia are not religious, but they used to be hundreds of years prior. So the idea would be, I guess, that we would have a cutscene here where the frames are about this big. At least the default in-game frame would be about that big. So we would have the camera looking like this. Maybe we'd go even a little bit closer, like here. Yeah, about that size, not too different. Like this, maybe. So this would be our 1.8 camera, and we'd have Armin sort of crawled up, you know, in the church or whatever. The camera would pan up to like this, maybe. Maybe we would even pull out to about here, where we would have a character here barking orders to characters over here, and then we could go up even further. Oh, that's actually incredible. So we could have like Rekka standing. I think we've got to do a moment of character like this. Knee up on this, maybe. It would be so cool if we could get the moon in this frame. So maybe there's something. Oh gosh, I just got chills. What the heck? That's a sick composition. It's not quite right. I'm thinking about, I know what I'm looking for. I know what the pose is. It's just hard for me to remember how it works. So it's someone with their hand anchoring there. Maybe this leg is straight and this leg's out this way. No, this arm's got to be sort of like that. Yeah, the Treasure Planet poster is exactly what we're thinking of here. Yeah, you guys got it. It's literally this. You nailed it. I was pretty close. It was right with this knee up on here and this leg down like this. Yeah, that's exactly right. Hey, it's going well. Could even brighten this up. Oh, bit more saturation, please. Cool. Okay, so I'm actually very happy with a lot of this. I think there are things about the structure that I would change for sure. But in the context of like the scene, I would just say maybe just like a little bit less of a slant. Looking. And then what else? I would say I think it's really just this line that I'm not too happy about here. So this, I don't love how this line here I don't love this. I think what I would prefer is maybe like maybe more like this. Oh, dude, I made this so hard for myself, didn't I? I mean, even that feels way better to me. And then maybe this tower, I feel like I might prefer for it to be a little bit more like wider. Maybe that's okay at that point. I'll just keep what he had and put it on top. Cool. Yeah, a little bit of environment design, bit of storyboarding as well. All right. I think that's all for now. I'm going to move over to what we were working on and just get back into it. So we were working on a visual effect. Oh man, my brain is, it's so hard to stay on top of everything. I'm trying, Chad, I'm trying. Game. Particles. Okay, so we've got these fire particles. They're going to be here in the game. They turn themselves off every frame. I think because there's nothing that needs them, but then there needs to be something, I think, that enables and disables these things as we go. So like when I have a gem and I say effect key, and effect system instance ensign trail manager assign effect. Also, if we've got like bounce ability, that, or actually anything that is an ability scriptable has a process effect, no. Ability scriptable has this process effect curve event, and then it assigns at the manager. Okay. So I would need a thing called public effect manager ensign fire manager. Okay. And then this is the thing we would then do to do whatever we need to do, and then assign effect here. No, I don't know how that works. Maybe I had already disabled it, or if we look at these in Game Engine, these have these here. This is turned off. Maybe I should just turn it on and just leave it on. How old were you when you first decided that you wanted to make a game, or at least seriously take the steps to make one? Really cool question. Okay, so when I started working on game dev, one sec. When I started working on game dev, it was like this. Actually, I've got a presentation that would be great to talk about this. I won't give you the presentation, but I will show you the presentation. The presentation was called Becoming a Game Dev Sherpa. And this is like how I followed my dreams, taking the scenic route. Basically like how I built that confidence to actually start making something. So the journey is like this for me. And the time that you're talking about is pretty much like right around here. For me, it was about 2013, 2014, when I started converting those dreams that I had into actually like, oh, I want to start making a game. And so I wanted to make games for ages. Like since I was a kid, I always wanted to make games. But I wasn't like confident that I could start making games until like midway through my like early 20s. Like when I was like 20, 21, 22, that is when I was like, okay, it's time to start thinking about wanting to do this as a job rather than just like a thing that I would want to do one day and that I muck around with casually. So I had an understanding of code and art in high school. Like I could do a little bit of code. I loved art. I would do art all the time in high school. I went to university for design, not game design, but you know, you can transfer a lot of that stuff. And I was doing a lot of programming at uni as well, and a lot of art and animation. So it's like, I'm doing coding, programming, art, animation. I'm doing all this stuff. And by the time I was like finishing university, I was like, hey, I can make a Java applet to run on Android device. I'd already done games for like assignments and stuff. Like I can animate a character. I can write this code and I can, even do some of the sound design. I was making music at the time. So like, what's stopping me from doing this for real? You know, that's like end of university. And then like after I was working in design, I was like, oh, hang on. As a hobby, like I could do this while I'm working. And it was then transitioning out of hobby into like doing it properly. That was like more like when I was 25, 26. Make sense? If you have any more questions, feel free. I have the answers all prepared for us. Yeah, I took the deck design from the pitch for Insignia. Yeah. Oh, dude, the art was like, look at this. I'll give you the real quick version. So like, this is me in like high school, obsessed with like Square Enix and, you know, Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy and blah, blah, blah. And I was doing a bit of Flash stuff on the side, but I would draw as well. Not going to show that because that's super embarrassing. But yeah, like my first YouTube channel in like 2012, I had this and I was sort of just doing a variety game stuff, not really game dev. I started doing game dev on the channel, but it was like more like reviews and tips and tricks and stuff and speedruns. And then I was a designer at an agency and we designed things like the seatback entertainment system for United Airlines, which is in this Spider-Man movie, but for real, it's on the planes, but also in this movie. And then a bunch of stuff I was doing is like game jams. I just made a bunch of game jam games while I was working full-time. This was like, yeah, I would work full-time and then on the weekends I would do game jams. And then Insignia as a project started in like 2014 in terms of like concepts and drawing characters and going, oh, I could make a game out of this. So, yeah. And then going to PAX with the demo, the game looking really crappy, starting streaming, the channel, mobile games that I made, you know, projects that I worked on professionally as a pixel artist, people I worked with on the way, and then Insignia and the game. And I've got a game in a museum right now that you can play, and I'm working on Insignia. I'm getting funding and that kind of thing. Lessons. Imposter syndrome is something that you can get over at any time. It's really just about understanding where you're at and being confident about that and not expecting more than you are. Making games and enjoying them is more important than finishing them because it takes a long time to finish it and all that time is spent making it. So if you don't enjoy making stuff, you're going to have a hard time finishing stuff. Always have backups. Know what you're doing and be realistic again. I think it's good to be ambitious, but like just realize that the ambition, if you pick a 1 out of 10 chance thing, be okay with the 9 out of 10 reality of what might happen. And then generally speaking, like being surrounded by people who are equally passionate or more experienced or have the means to help you is going to be really valuable. Doing it alone is not the only way to do it. Okay? There you go. Okay. All right. Hey, Tony Chopper. I see your messages there. Don't worry. So these fire particles right now, are they all using... the other ones don't have the other things in them. Okay, I was I remember where I was right now. So we were updating the texture sheet animations on the other ones. We did the first ones here, texture sheet animation, and now I've got to repoint the next ones. Can you recommend a game for me to review? It has to be short. It has to be like a jam-sized game. This is 1. So Fireball 1 becomes Ensign Fire 1. Okay, so this goes there. This goes there. Oh. Oops. Okay. And then small inverted is the same thing but with a -1 on it. So I might be able to just redo that by copy pasting, deleting, saying inverted. Now actually, let me make sure there was any differences there. What is it about this inverted one? Does it have a different emission? Small inverted was 5. Okay. I'll just do it again myself. Cool. Yeah, it's not like, hey Adam, you should play Elden Ring. Tell us how you like it. Mojo Jojo says, how young were you, Adam, when you started participating in game jams? I was 22, I think, when I started my first game jam. Might have been, hang on, 22. When I was 22, when I was 25, I think it was 2017. So -3 is 22. I think so. I think I was like 22. I was 20 in 2011. So 21 in 2012, 22 in 2013. I might have been 2023. Like, yeah. Okay, so these are now Fireball 2, starting with 0. Fireball 2, Fireball 2, Fireball 2, 3. Fireball 2, 4. Fireball 2, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. One more time. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. All right, they're all in there now. Back it up, back it up. Great. Only thing is, we don't seem to be disabling them on start. So, effect manager. Interesting that there's no, like, I'm not doing anything to disable them, but when I start the game, they're all active. I don't think I've got it set up correctly. Not just yet. Hang on. I jumped the gun a little bit on this stuff. So this is flame, which has an effect, and the effect has this stuff on it. So this needs to be create this, and so fire particles needs to be called effect, and then inside of here, like this is an effect manager. So like, let's create empty, place this here, make this end sign, fire particles, give it an effect manager. Put that on it, delete this. And then this, we can recompile and we can put the effect manager in there. Tales of Insignia. Certainly. The Tales series. That's kind of where a lot of like the name Insignia partly came from that on purpose. Like Tales of Vesperia, Tales of Symphonia. And then Terranigma, and there are other games that end in IA that I'm slipping my mind right now, but it's a very common trope. To use IA as the name convention for fantasy that's like got JRPG elements to it. Ian says, you may have mentioned it already, but how did the demo/presentation go the other way? It was okay. Actually, I just forgot to do something. I'll be right back. That's right, Towers of Mordoria, another installment in the fantasy series of games ending in IA. Perfect. So, it went okay. Yeah, the thing is, like, the stuff that I would want to test is impossible to test in that kind of environment. It's just not possible. Like, the game's like, the demo is like 2 hours long. People were playing the game for like 15 minutes. You know, and I wasn't, when I got there, I wasn't in the mindset of wanting to stand behind people, because it was kind of, the way that it turned out, it was kind of more of a game devs giving presentations and talking about work in progress rather than a demo event. So the showcase aspect was very much like after a bunch of talks had gone on, people were eating, there was like a food truck. So it kind of wasn't really the environment where you could like sit down and play the game and have me like take notes and stuff. It was kind of just more like, we're all just hanging around and chatting. And in the moment, I felt it was just more important for me to just connect with people than, you know, stand behind one or two people for like 45 minutes trying to see what they thought about the first, 10 minutes of the game. So, we need a way to invoke this, which is just this, which just goes here, Ensign Fire Manager, which I mean, what's the easy way to do this? If I just take this Ensign Fire effect, bring it out into the game, and then don't make it timeout, it should just stay in the level. And if I move it around, it should create fire. If I look at the game, yeah, there you go. That's pretty cool. It's a lot of green, though, I must say. Where's the darker colors? They're there, but they're like really subtle. It might be something to do with the color replacement. It's only picking up the last couple of colors. So we got a problem with, if I go into Sprite. Oh no, it really is pretty much the same color the whole time. Oh, that's a problem. It's way flatter than I thought it would be. Okay, I can fix this, I think. That's interesting because these two colors and this color are very different. You would think you would see this and this be different. Maybe I am not. It might be a bit confused. So how would we check this? Fire effect, exit prefab mode. Like this here, if I go nah, it's fully pink all the way to the very end. How did I do that? I just replaced too aggressively. Yo. So like on, this frame, like here, for example, I would want to see the orange as a lighter color or the red as a darker color. That's basically it. Like here, I'd want to see the red as a darker color. So if I take all of this, from this frame, and I replace this red with this pink, now I'll get that everywhere. And now if I replace every other color with nothing, then we should be able to just map that directly back on. Like that. Perfect. So that I can merge this down, and then that brings the red back in. So now we export this, save this, come back over here, and voila. Where is my particle? There. That's better. That's what I want to see. Cool. So at the very least, we can go. That's so cool. Maybe that's what I'll do. When an enemy gets spawned in, so the thing goes, and when it hits here, it'll go woof, woof. I'll just do that really quickly. Sweet. That's perfect. So, save it. Ensign fire effect. We don't even need to use that system that I just made. We can just, for the cutscenes, just drag it around directly with a spline. So we go to, where's my causality editor? Yep, you come down here. We're in sequences and we're in hurt is the first one. So it's this guy here. And on the timeline, hey Yakira, sorry I didn't answer your question earlier. Let me answer it properly now. So you said, I'm struggling with making my character poses unique. I tried seeing tutorials, but I don't know how to deal with the limited space in pixel art. Well, this is a real thing. It's a real problem. Bear in mind, I have, in my game, like, I give myself a lot of space. Right? So the size of my characters is, you know, it gives me a lot to play with, like expression. This character is like 48 pixels tall, and I've got at least 48 pixels to play with. If you're working inside of a canvas that's only 48 by 48, it kind of feels cramped and you want to keep everything quite stable. So give yourself more space and do what I do, which is like draw the poses first as blobs. You know, draw it without any detail and use like movies and video games as references. You know, don't just draw the character perfectly in an A pose and then try to shift things around. It's not going to work. Like, think about the actual pose first and then draw the character around that pose. I have a video coming out of how I made this, like probably tonight or tomorrow. If the character is smaller, does it matter? Like if they took more, when you say more few pixels, do you mean smaller? It's harder if they're smaller. Like it is harder. So if I had to do this in half the size, yeah, like it's not as easy to do. You can still do it. Like, where are my sprites? What? So this character is much smaller. But I'm still trying. Still got the poses going on. It's just much more and much simpler. The character's only 18, 20 pixels tall. The browser, this is called everything. really good, really fast. Throneless? We'll see. Throneless is a bit different because Throneless is like chess pieces. So like, they're supposed to be more static because they're like little units. Just depends on what you're trying to go for. Why can't I see this spline here? It's so annoying. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, but I don't know what the difference is. Like, I just can't. It's just not here right now. But like, if I click something, it'll show up. I just don't know what the something is that I have to do. Thank you so much. Yeah, wishlist the game. Hey, if I give you a helpful answer on something and you want to see me continue to make cool stuff, wishlist my game. There was something that Ian said. Oh, you chortle at the results when I do VFX stuff like this. It looks easy. 2 years ago, I was absolutely paralyzed by this kind of stuff. It was so hard 2 years ago. So don't feel like, you know, I'm just great at it and it's amazing. Because like in 2023, I was sitting here like more like 2022, I would sit here and spend weeks agonizing about how to do stuff. And I just couldn't, like I would look at tutorials and look at YouTube videos and analyze games, and understanding how to use shaders and how to use particle systems to express certain things was very hard. In the end, there are clear answers to these questions, like how to create something that, like the hardest thing to do is the idea of like, or at least for me, one of the things that I find really hard to do is like this idea of like an organic trail is quite hard. Where you want to define motion from A to B, and you want to express this as something that's alive and organic and could have a bit of variation to it. And like, you might be inclined to use a ribbon for this, which is just like basically a texture that's just like a mesh that's just going all the way over. And in 3D games, it's actually common to do that. To use a ribbon that's, you know, got an effect inside of that ribbon, like an animated texture. For a lot of like smears and attacks, they do that a lot. In my game, I didn't want it to feel so ugly. I feel like that a lot of the time when you see that happen in games, let's just say one of the examples I remember we used to look at was Demon Slayer. Oh my gosh, get me out of here. Demon Slayer water breathing game. Okay. Not this. Where's the fighting game? Yeah, this. So see this? If You can see it here. There's a literal ribbon with a texture on it for the water. And you can see how it kind of flattens out in 3D space. See that? It's kind of like a flag is what it looks like. It doesn't look like water. So there's something here that I don't like. But there's something that does sell the effect a bit better. And it's the particle systems that go either side of the ribbon that break it up. So if you want something that feels like it's moving organically, but you want it to have a bit of chaos in it, what I do instead is I literally build the ribbon out of particles. I just have a ribbon, I just have essentially particles that get instantiated along the path of the thing that I'm creating and give them a lifetime that's very, and like a path that's very stable. And then you can have this like thing that feels like a continuous shape, but it's built out of very organic stuff. And a lot of that's just like particle behavior you just have to be conscious of, and like a lot of it is tweaking. It's like just knowing, oh, if this stays around for a bit longer, you know, it'll feel more whatever. So like the fire that you just saw, me just like swinging around my mouse and making it look like it's a spiral is totally just an affect of it, of the way that stuff is tuned. It ends up being better, simpler is how I would describe it. Like there are really complicated things you can do, and oftentimes those things are it's not as valuable to go the complicated route. Where is this thing starting? It starts here. Where is that? Is that here? With the spline? That's not right. Where is it? Teleport in frames. That's it. This. It is music meeting time. Good shout. One sec. This color here, I need to replace with this color. Okay, and then back over in this scene, just making sure that works. And nope, it's gone. Oh, great. What did I do? Sorry, Morgan. I'll be there in a sec. Oh, they're all missing. Amazing. Ah! I know why. This requires a different export system. I don't even need that. Okay. All right. So, music meeting time. Sorry, chat, one sec. Okie dokie. I'm in. All right. Will you build the section tilting into your overlay? Section tilting. Maybe. Oh, titling. Yeah, maybe. All right. Hello, hello.
You hear me all right?
I can hear you okay, yeah. Do you mind if I record?
No, it's fine.
Cool. All right. Recording starting now. Hello. How's it going?
How you going?
I'm good. Not bad today, but I've had a bit of a stressful week trying to do some bug fixing on the archaeology project, which is live in the museum. So anything that goes wrong, I feel very on the hook and anxious about it until I fix it.
Was it like a bug that people and members of the public found, or?
Yeah, it's like, it seems like when it's used for a long time, parts of the game can kind of like create, like something can basically get unsynced or desynchronized, and it kind of like, it means that there are like visual things in the game that you can't interact with, which is kind of a little bit game breaking. So it hasn't happened like every day on every system. It's like one of the systems it's happened a couple of days. So unfortunately the fix is like quite a bit time consuming, because I can't be there when it happens, so I can't tell what's causing it. I just have to like make sure that the thing is perfect.
Do you have to like go into the museum to fix it, or did you send them stuff?
I'm remoting in. Like I can go in, like open. I can actually, after hours they leave them on, so I can like remote in to the computers, see what's happening in the game, pull some logs, and I can even push builds from my home. But it's still hard because you're not seeing it happen in the moment. You're just looking at it in a state that is usually not even showing the error, because they've had to reset it for the members of the public anyway. Anyway, it's not really worth going on about, but
sounds like a pain though.
Bit of a pain. Otherwise, busy and generally good. And you?
Yeah, pretty good. It's hot where I am, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm blasting the aircon right now.
I've had some issues with, I think I mentioned it in our last meeting, with GitHub.
Okay.
I was trying to merge development into music.
Yes. Yep.
I managed to do it today, but I think I may have caused some issues on my branch.
Okay.
Because I can't open the Unity project anymore, so that's a problem.
Are you able to roll back before that merge without losing any of your work?
Yeah. So I tried a few things, because I was getting, because I think I hadn't merged in a while. There were like 100 things that were like conflicts that I had to resolve. But then I would like select an option for all of them and then hit go ahead, and then it would come up with an error saying that like, what was it? It was like, this isn't present on their branch or something like that. And it was for a few sound effects files that I think had been moved into a different folder or something. So then I tried, I basically, what did I do? I think in the end I just like saved the fmod assets folder somewhere else in my computer and deleted it from my GitHub folder, so that the merge would hopefully just repopulate it and stop having those issues of files being in different places. And that kind of worked. Okay. Then I had to put back in some of the music files, and then I don't know. It's a bit of a mess.
That does seem
I can roll back, but
it doesn't seem like a bad idea to take the music that you were working on, or like just everything that's in the music side of the fmod project, move it out somewhere else, reset to like the current, development or sound effects branch, and then pull your changes back in. which should just
Yeah.
diff what your current music with the music that was there last time.
Yes. Because the other thing that I did was I created like a new branch called Music 2 and just like basically pulled in development to that.
Yeah.
So it was just a copy of development.
Mm.
So I did that because I was like, yeah, I might as well maybe I'll just start from scratch sort of a thing.
Yeah.
From the most updated build.
Yep.
But then on that branch, without me changing anything, it was just development. I had the issue with opening Unity for some reason, where it was like I had to open in safe mode, which is what's happening now.
Yep. Have you?
So-
Do you know which branch you were on? Which like commit? Was it like the most recent? Was it like today, or was it a while ago?
It was just the most recent development.
Is there
Most
like
recent pushes from development.
is there like a commit name that you can check?
Well, I ended up abandoning and deleting that.
Oh, okay. That's okay then.
New branch. So
All right.
yeah.
I want to help you resolve this. Is it stopping you from doing any work right now?
No, we can do it another time, but I just thought I would flag it.
Yep, certainly. I think that the strategy we last mentioned is probably still a good idea. What I would do is like pull from, maybe try again with like the most recent branch, and then if it works and opens in Unity without issues, then bring the music in, and
Yeah.
then that should also work without issues. Then you can overwrite your Music 1 branch with the contents of Music 2.
Yeah.
And then that should work. And if Unity prompts you to open in safe mode, that's usually because there's a compile issue with the code. So it means that like some script isn't like it won't compile, and that shouldn't, like, I shouldn't be committing anything that's broken, but it's possible that at some point in the last couple of days I might have pushed something that didn't work, just because I was moving between computers, or I don't know. I don't know why I would have done that, but
Okay.
yeah, that would be my approach.
All right. I'll give that
Thank
a
you
go.
for flagging it with me. I appreciate
That's
it.
right.
Shall we review anything? Where are we at?
Yes. Well, I had put some stuff into Fmod, but I can't really push that properly. But I figured out a way to put Hugo's music on its own event, and then
Okay.
have a nested event sort of a setup for the Orenstead town theme, so that all the stuff that we had set up works in a similar way, but Hugo is just its own event that you can now call.
Nice. Sounds good.
Yes, in the Figma, I have some Cheverton Town
Sweet
stuff. So first one's the most fully formed idea, I would say, and the second one is sort of a textural thing. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna click it and we'll have a listen.
Yeah.
Wow, really nice. Really cool. It's as like a if we were just going for something that felt major, this is great. Really nice, and it could actually work really well for the festival. There's like a few days in the game, so in this chapter. So if we were just going for full jovial, this is really cool.
Yeah, it hasn't. Yeah, I haven't touched on any of the, because I know you talked about the other less light themes.
Yep. I want to listen
that
to it
we
again if
haven't
that's okay.
explored. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so good. Yeah. Maybe it's because of like this reference being the only reference I gave you, but like it's like it feels a lot like Final Fantasy 12 and another game called it reminds me a lot of Gravity Rush as well, which has got an amazing soundtrack if you ever want to give that a listen.
Oh.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger as well. Cool. Let's move on to the next one. So could you set this one up for me? What are we listening to?
So this one is not really melodic, it's more like textural, and it's a bit I don't know how to describe it actually.
Okay.
I'll be interested to hear what you think.
All right.
Yeah, I don't have the words.
I can listen to it cold and tell you what I think.
Yeah.
Let's listen. So I will give you my thoughts, but they're going to be quite broad and abstract. So
Yeah.
this is feeling to me just like the screenshot that you've got here, very open and kind of like we're in a town square. It's like quite an ensemble kind of celebratory sound, and I like it. I feel like you're covering it quite well already above in the previous one. What I'd love to hear is something that's a bit more alleyways and a little bit more
Yeah.
like there's an aspect of stuff is happening down there, but from where we are right now, we're not in the town square. The town square is somewhere off there. The sense that there are other places than where we are right now in this big place, and maybe that sense that I'm looking for is one that's a bit more tempered. Like it's like we're not hearing everything. We're sort of hearing more of like a just the rhythms of it, or just the what's the word? It does feel like a proximity thing almost. It feels like if we were doing two events, that we might have this be one where we just strip out a lot of the higher sort of frequency stuff and just and the more like melodic stuff, and just go with like the lower stuff. So there's that, but I also think that there's like a degree to which compositionally, I feel like in the structure of the track itself, I do want something that feels more minor, not just more stripped back, but still happy, but actually, darker. Yeah. Imagine it's like if you were to go down here in this part here, where there are fewer people, but the walls are really high. Like, what does that feel like? Maybe there's like a deal happening there that we don't know what they're trading in, or maybe there's like a few unsavory types that are sort of slumped in a corner. There's that aspect too that I don't want to lose. So I don't know if that's just any food for thought I can give you.
No, that's good. Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, I tend to be very visually inspired when I'm writing, so I think definitely this scene that I picked influenced the way I wrote. So that's a good visualization of
Yeah, I can try
and
and
I know there are other scenes in the project that are more towards that vibe.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
any of them quite yet cover this exact feeling that I'm thinking. They're all a bit barren. So it might be something where I could give you, oh, hang on a second. Let me see if I can cook something up here. I've got some reference material here, so maybe I can find something that does have the vibe that I'm going for.
Yeah, that's cool.
but also like a bit tighter than this. There's something that I really struggle with in the game visually, and it's partly a perspective issue because I tried to solve it with this scene here. Let me just take a second. Okay. Because of the size... Okay, shush you. Because of the size of the characters on screen, and because of the way that the game kind of typically does like a cross-section on the terrain, what tends to happen is... I'm going to be doing some drawing here for a sec. It always feels like we are, if that's the size of a character on the screen. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yep, cool. It always feels like we are quite a distance away from where the action is happening. And if there's a scene that's taking place in like a narrow, tight kind of alley, where you want it to be like this, if Armin was like, you know, right here and the camera is right here, or even tighter than that somehow, you know, then what should that look like? And a lot of the time, the way I've tried to solve that is like in this. Where is the cat scene? I don't know if I've actually got it in here. I don't. But yeah, like I'll position the camera like this, and then I'll make it so that it's like we're looking through like a crack in the wall or something. Maybe it also should be something where I pull the camera in, like... like this. Maybe that would give the effect more. But nonetheless, yeah, that's the feel that that I want to, what's the word? That I want to evoke that isn't isn't very clear in the visual material. So something that feels a bit more, yeah, the word I keep going for is like tight.
Yeah.
Maybe like even this would be not bad. And there's something about the sonic aspect of that, which may be something we do just in Fmod, but it may be something that we try to capture compositionally, or like in the way that we like build the piece of when you have a lot of tight walls that are also very high. There's this aspect of, I think, like reverb that you would have, you know, like the sound of a tight alley would be different to like an open space. So I want to see if there's something we can do, even if it's like instrument choice or I don't know, just I'll let you play with it a little bit, but maybe just take these two and see if we can kind of do something with that. Otherwise I'll be more specific and I'll give you more explicit references beyond that point.
No, the visuals are really helpful. Like, yeah.
Cool.
Actually, I think that's something that maybe we haven't. I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but yeah, it's really helpful for me to see stuff. So
great. I would
especially
love to.
when we don't have stuff in game to look at, I think giving these sort of visual like concept or reference images that you've collected really helps me.
Yeah, this is like the first time I've realized how straightforward that is to do. And I do it all the time in everything else. So maybe we should be. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good that we have that now. And I think, like a lot of the time, the concept art is much more aspirationally close to what the game art is, especially as we go to the other chapters where we're piecing all this stuff together at the same time. The vision is, I think, something we need to prioritize. And so, yeah, it makes perfect sense that the concept art would be something that we would, or just reference art would be valuable for you. Yeah, we'll make sure we do that later. Okay, cool. Happy for now?
Yeah, that's good direction.
Awesome. Okay, I'll send through these meeting notes when they get processed. And yeah, thank you very much.
Cool. All right.
Thanks,
See ya.
Morgan. See ya. Cool. So that's fun. Morgan's great. Yeah, we have two Morgans on the project. We almost had 3 at one point out of 6 people total. It was almost 50% Morgans. Okay. So where were we? Where were we? We are putting the music back on. That's fine there. That can go there. And then we were doing visual effects in this scene. Yeah, Morgan is our composer, and we also have Elias on sound effects. He goes online, he goes by Squiggy Things. Squiggy. You can find him. I'm sure on Discord he has his website linked. Okay. So in this cutscene, yeah, you know what? I'll ask the team if they are okay. Cool. Yep. So, Swizz, you can, for Morgan, the composer, you can use that link if you want to make a command for it as like composer or something like that. And yeah, Morgan Ainsley is that's her like stage name, composer name. Cool. Hey, Elzak, how's it going? Keyboard sound is fire. This one? My typing sound? I like it too. I can hit 100 when I'm not making mistakes. I like it too. This is the Newfie 75. It's a low profile keyboard. 75% keyboard. I really, really like it. This got the brown switches on it. It took me a little bit to get used to it, but oh, I like it so much. I thought I hated mechanical keyboards, and I still do with the default profile, but the low profile ones with the brown switches, because they've got the response on the switches doesn't feel like linear. It feels like that. So there's like a little bit of give at the beginning where you can put force down. Like this is like the travel, like the force going up, travel going down. So at the first, you can like rest your hands on it. It doesn't budge at all. And then as you push down, it sort of has that give on it. Yeah, this one doesn't have any num keys, but it doesn't, I don't care. It's sometimes I reach for the numpad and I feel sad, but not that often to stop me from doing it. I like that it's quite lightweight and I can, it's not light, it's heavy, but like I like that it's, compact. Yeah, the 8-bit ones, they're pretty cool. Cool. So, let's check this thing out. So, I wish I could preview the thing. It might actually be because of this pre-recorded thing. Really annoying. But, it is what it is. Nonetheless, we still have our spline here. Spline and ensign, spline controller B, and then we need one more called spline controller C. So I'll go into this. Okay. So, the way this is going to work is we're going to clear out all of these keys because we don't need them anymore. And that'll leave us with just 2. And I want to do like a very quick, what's happened here? What's happened? All right. It's the other way around. So it's from the bottom where this should be like 0, 0, 0. That's annoying that it's not where it wants to be. A, B, C. Nonetheless, I'll take this whole thing and move it. Oh, that's a bit awkward too. I think it's about here, right? If we look at B, that drops just there, and then C is going to start, okay, a bit further over. 2 exactly, perfect. Okay, so now we're going to do like a nice big spiral, which means I'd like to put in a guy in between these 2 guys, which is hard to do apparently. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty cool. Bring this guy up here, put this guy out here, do, maybe there should be 2 of these. This is like that. And then one more here. It's like, again, 90. And this guy's here, and the one before it is like here. That's better. And then this is like that. This is like... They're all Bezier style, but Ah, this is broken. This should be continuous. Cool. So out this way and then out this way. More drastic out this way first. Maybe even another one back here. Duplicate that. So this is more like that. Uh-huh. Okay. So now it's like... But I think we want to start up. Yeah. Sweet. I'm guessing here. I think that's going to look really cool. See you, Ian. So, this is going to target not the ensign gem, but a new thing, which is the ensign fire particles. I think it's this. Okay. So now on our timeline, we're going to have an activation track, which is fire effect. And I almost feel like we should just let it be on all the time, actually. It's a tricky one, but I almost don't care because it's designed to turn itself off anyway. So maybe we'll just leave it. And then this is the spline player. So that's going to go here with an animation track. And we want that to play the second this thing hits the ground. So pretty much right there at the end of the ensign thing where we activate the enemy. Right here we're going to add a recorded position for spline controller C. And that should be 0 there. And then this should be like pretty much just there even. We should be at 1. Hard to see what's happening there, but I think that'll be all right. Nah, sooner than that. It needs to be more like, well, first of all, it needs to be not this. It needs to be linear. And second of all, bring this keyframe right in, so it's like, yeah, that'll do. Yeah, perfect. Okay, save that, bring it down, and then we could test this, and it might work already if we just go for it. Ignore this thing. This is something else. Damn it. Okay, it didn't work. It didn't work. But if we take away this little guy and we bring in, I think I know what I need to change in order to make this work. I need to make this thing not timeout. Hey, Kratesh. How's it going? Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome back. Come on. That literally didn't do anything. Oh, it doesn't have an animator on it. Because of the dumb thing where it needs to do that first. Okay. It's bothering me. Oh, I got the gizmos turned off. Okay. Maybe I do want this to have a bit of a curve on it. So it's more like, okay, it's gone. Yeah, perfect. All right, we try again. Go. Nice. But tighter, I think. They do look crazy, don't they? Why did that still feel way too big? Look how small that is. Did I not save it? Did I not? Is it like overridden? I think it was better that time. Maybe it just caught up with itself somehow. That's better. Even that was pretty good on its own, just as a visual effect. There was one other thing I wanted to do, but I'm almost okay. How do I cancel the magic wand tool? What? You mean this? Escape. I think we can go a little bit more expressive with this thing. Just a fraction more. It's a beautiful Christmas tree. I also think I've done something here that I don't love, which is on the spline. I'm doing this decay, and I think I'm spending too long in the end parts of it. So instead, what I want to do is bring the keyframe back a little bit more, and then make it more linear towards the end. So it kind of looks, you know, a little bit more like that. I think that's fine. And man, I don't know what this is. Did I not get rid of that? Okay, well, that will be the fire effect anyway. That's annoying. Why does it do that? I hate Unity. I hate it. It's so annoying. It's Dandelion Vine 2.1. Okay, so when I go here, this should not be anything. So that when we save it and go out, this is correct. Vine 2.1. And then inside of this, we have another one of these. And this one is the fire effect. But then Unity is not smart enough to be able to understand that something inside of a prefab should be considered a standard here. It doesn't track overrides for this kind of thing reliably. Sometimes it does. Sometimes you have to plug it in directly. Actually, cancer. It's so annoying. There's just, I don't know what the conditions are for it to know what it's doing that way. That's so good. Okay. So, a couple of other things here. One is that effect requires this fire effect. The fire effect needs a shader. Maybe my system is smart enough to do it already. I'm actually super curious. Because I do have a thing where I'm changing the parameters of some of these things. Well, this is the problem. Everywhere that I use this, it's going to be broken. Because again, it's stupid and it doesn't track overrides automatically. So there's going to be missing fields here because it just doesn't realize that it's part of a prefab. Yeah, nah, not good enough. So let's have a look. I think it's part of the teleport platform or teleporter. These are bindings on the playable director. Yeah, but they're not bound. I just created some of those things. So if I take these bindings, yeah, and then I revert them, it reverts to nothing. But if I go into the prefab where I defined where this is built, the default binding here is it's there. So there is a binding here, but this binding isn't considered this spline controller C. It's not overriding. Yeah, it's not overriding anything right now. It doesn't even, it's just like, no, this is, see how it's not bolded? So it's not even tracking it, is the problem. If I revert that, I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't agree with me there. If I say apply, I wonder if that will do something. What is animation mode? I don't know what animation mode is. Is it this preview? Okay. I wonder now if that will do anything. Let's go to another scene where it... Oh, it happened there. So I have to... So it's possible to do it, but I have to assign as an override in a different context than the prefab. And that override will then force it to be that way in everywhere. That's so dumb. It's just annoying. But at least I have a way around it now. I don't have to reset it every frame, every scene. Okay. So the problem was, well, everywhere else it wasn't an issue, but let's have a look. The Crucible has a teleporter on it, and I think the teleporter has something where at the bottom it's assigning, the materials based on which scene we're in, and it's doing that based on FTM. That's just one thing, but they used to search. Here it is. No. Sequence dummy shader. Transform parent. For every gem in gems, set their ability to that color. For every renderer in renderers, replace rows. This is the palette swap shader, which is what we have. So renderer, oh, this is sprite renderer, but it's not a sprite renderer, it's a particle renderer. So do sprite renderers and particle renderers both inherit from renderer? Can I just say renderer instead? I might get away with it. So if I just press play, we will find out. No. But also, it needs to be a child of the parent of this object, which is set by the thing that calls this, which is both the platform and the transform. And in this case, the platform is this guy. So anything that's a child of this, that is a renderer, it should be able to grab that. In this case, but it needs to also check things that are disabled. So am I not doing that? I am checking disabled. makes it really hard, doesn't it? Oh no. I mean, that's pretty good. Let's check. See if it catches it. Does it check for sprite renderer still? Ah. Sorry. Thank you. Good catch. Yes, it's going to work this time. Hooray. Thank you, Elzak. I was not looking hard enough. Hey, there we go. Sweet. So now I don't actually have to change that particle effect no matter which scene we're in, as long as we've set up an ability in the level that we're unlocking. All of the effects will be colored correctly to the ability. Amazing. So, where does that leave us? All right. So, there was one more thing, and actually, Elzaku, it might be good to get your thoughts on this, or all of you chat. There's a problem that I have that I don't actually know what is the typical solution to this in game graphics. Okay, so here's the problem. I have like a character which has got a texture, okay, and that texture has on it a material on the texture. Very briefly, let's say there's like a guy here. This is a dude, and I want to set this dude on fire, but his material normally needs to do things like respond to getting hit by flashing, right? So it's like he's got like his enemy material, but now I want to do like fire on him. What is the like accepted way of handling that? Is it you make a giant shader that is a conglomerate of all of a bunch of different shaders, and you just make a material that just can do all of that? Can you assign multiple materials and I just don't know about it? Do you toggle them really quickly? Do you like set one and then set another one? Can assign multiple materials to one renderer. Huh. So is it just that Unity is discouraging that? Because everywhere that you see a material slot in Unity, it only shows you one. It doesn't give you a list of materials. Unless it's maybe just like maybe in that sprite world, it doesn't let you. But maybe in like a normal texture, like a mesh renderer, it will. I mean, if I go Hedgehog sprite renderer, there's one material. It's not a list. Yeah, I use sprite renderer like 99.9% of the time. I use it all. That's what I use. So, mesh renderer and skin mesh renderer. Yeah, but what about like the particle system? Like if I go this, renderer is one material. It's not a list. So now that's 2 places that I use all the time, and neither of them have a list. I know that mesh renderer does have a list. I know that. I went down the Uber shader route. It's unfortunately both more performant and gets around this. Yeah, I really don't want to do an Uber shader. I can do it. I can do it. I just don't really want to. I would prefer, maybe in this context, to just swap the shaders in real time. It's just about being responsible for that is something I don't really love the idea of. Because you have to like keep track of the like main material that you like, the default material, and then you'd have like override materials that get added and then removed. Maybe that's what we would do. But then it's just hard to know who wins. Like, I suppose that's probably why they want you to do it in one. They don't give you a list because there's no guarantee of how those materials will interact with each other. Like, if one is setting the alpha to 0.5 and the other is setting the alpha to 0.2, does it just multiply them? How does it know what to do? Or like if I'm setting the color to some value in one and I'm setting the color to some value in the other, is it just based on who wins in the list order? Who comes last? Yeah, the subgraphs thing, I was just thinking that. Like I could do subgraphs. It's reasonable. It's just that the parameters in that shader will be numerous. There'll be many parameters. The point here is that like I have an idea of a material. I think I've built it already somewhere in the game where you have like a T value, which goes from 0 to 1. And then I've got a color, which is just whatever you want. And what it does is it plays this, it's an outline of the character. And the outline is quantized and there's a noise value going up through it. So what it looks like is an outline of fire moving around the thing, like it's glowing in fire, which is cool. And the next thing I want to do with that is based on the T value, I want to basically run, I basically want to clamp it, the visibility of the fire on the y-axis. So what it looks like is at T0, you only see the fire at the bottom. At T1, you don't see the fire at all. And basically the visibility goes from like a line, the visibility goes over it like that. So it sort of looks like the thing is being engulfed in flame vertically over it. And then it just leaves it and returns back to normal. So it's like... So it's cool and I can do it and I already do it and it looks great. But it's like I need this to happen on a bunch of different things in the game. This is like whenever something is imbued with the power of Ensign stuff, this should happen. So it's very, you know, it needs to be quite versatile. And it is versatile. In that I can place it pretty much anywhere. Sorry. Just skipping through my cutscene here. I added a button. You guys should do this. I love this idea. All I did was make it so that when I press spacebar during gameplay, I add a modifier to the timescale that makes it like 4x. So much better for like previewing stuff in the game. So this, oh, I didn't look very good, but see this, how it's like the anvil has a glow around it. The this light here has a glow around it. So it looks like fire is happening around it. This is hand drawn. It is going pretty well. So it's just this. That's the shader. But that shader right now pops in. I want it to animate in. So easy. So easy. In the actual normal, that's the sprite. The sprite is just the body of it, but the shader is the same color running around the outlines of it. Super easy. So, same thing for the anvil. That's what the anvil's currently doing. So let's see if we can build this. So this is the shader. And if we actually close, I don't want to see this right now. What I want to do is go here. And I want to see what I'm using. Teleporter flame outline shader. Yeah. That's right, Elzak. That is the challenge that I'm facing. I agree with you on that. So maybe we start with this and we update it to what we want. So there's actually 2 time values, reveal and hide, or in and out. So time here is about actual tea time. I thought I had an unscaled version of this, but that's okay. I don't think I ever need this to be unscaled. I don't know what the scale value is supposed to be. Oh, that's the flame scale. Okay. All right, I'm going to copy and paste this somewhere else. I don't want to do it here. Hey, Casetatus. What are you doing? Okay. So can I just paste this? Wow, that was great. Thank you, Shadergraph. Okay, so what we need is a float called, well, I think I know what happens here. I think if I don't supply a time scale, it uses unscaled time. No. Okay. I thought I had it solved. I thought there was a cool way to do this that I'm sure I did it recently. I don't know where I put it though. But I had a cool system where like it will animate in an unscaled time way unless you provide, if you provide the time value, it will go unscaled. If you don't, it just uses time.time. And it does that based on if the value is 0 or something like that. It doesn't matter. Right now, I think this is just fine to be like that. So this is like in. And then it's out. And the problem here is that actually this goes deeper than this. It needs to be, I can't just use this. Because I think what I want to do is not just clip it. I don't just want to mask it from the bottom up. I want it to sort of be a feathered mask, like a smooth step between those two bounds. So you can get a little bit of fire at the bottom and at the top before you get all the fire. And when it goes away, it's not like a hard line erasing it. It's like a softer line. So maybe I should do a property here that allows you to do that, or maybe I could copy it. We'll get to it later. Okay, so what does this do? This is sample, this is, I guess we need like a main text. And that's going in here. We're sampling main texture, I guess. No, we're just passing it directly in. Oh, no, we're not. Well, actually, it is if it's Armin idle. Oh, sneezing. Okay. So, what I would like to do is, if this is a shader on its own that's additive, I want to be able to mask. Yeah, I guess I'll make a version of this. It's called like component. Corby outline unscaled. Flame sounds way better than globby. Okay, so Okay. Okay, so now we can do whatever we want here. I think I also want a boolean here for cutout. What would you call this? Subtract original. So essentially all you're doing is taking this not that. Wow, I'm never sampling it normally. I always forget what this is called. There we go. Okay. So over here, if I subtract original, we just get that. Sweet. Now, next thing we want to do is bring in these in and out masks. And I think thinking modularly might be nice to wrap this inside of this. If I was thinking in like code terms, like functions, but I don't want to do that. I can't be bothered. So we have mask in and mask out. And the way this is going to work is, I think right here we want to intervene. Or maybe it's back further. I think it's actually here. We want to essentially do a smooth step on the y-axis of these things. So, what the heck? Okay. So, here's my idea. You take the UV, you split it, you take the y-axis, you preview that, and you add, well, hang on, I guess you multiply by like 12. You clamp it. Okay. And this 12 is how big the feather is. So we'll start with 10. Or maybe like 6. So the idea is the mask in value, as we add it, we can make that slide up. So first, the thing that we want to do is invert this. Sorry, I'm getting a phone call. One sec. Okay, we're back. So, everything's all good. We are doing masking in. Probably don't want to flip the X. I think this is just needs to be 1 minus. Not negative. Cool. Sweet. So now when we mask in, we go from this value up, and that's going to fill it up. Nice. This feather is 6. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's it there. So that's fine. So again, mask in. Yeah, perfect. That's going to run up that just nicely. And this, I think, might also need a 1 minus. So at 0. Okay. At 1. Okay. Try again. At 0. At minus 1. So it's 1 plus, actually. Okay. So when mask in is 0, Adam, when mask in is 0, how did we get there? Now it's 2. Minus 1. Try again. When it's 0, when it's minus 1, when it's minus 0.5, minus 0.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, minus 1. How did I get that wrong then? That looks perfect to me. Because of the multiply happening with the feather? Because I just added 1 to those values, right? How could that be wrong? When it's 0, now it's full. When it's negative 1, what do I add 0.5 to this thing? Or should I be subtracting 1? Ah. Okay. I got it. Got it. Cool. It's just what you're used to. The logic's not that complicated. To me, like this is simple, even though it looks like a bunch of boxes. It's heaps of stuff. These operations, to me, I can read them like it's code at this point. Hey, Holdinian. I think I got some of these old clinkers left. What color are we thinking? What color are we clinking? I'll do my level best here. It was yellow, pink. No yellow this time. You got nerd sniped this week, making a task tracking tool for your personal project. What does that mean? So, yep. And then the mask out is essentially the same thing in reverse. So it's just not the 1 minus, I think. So if mask out is 1, well, it's 1 minus this actually. So if I go back to here, 0 is that, no, 1 is that. Hey, the Mustachio Game Dev, welcome. Hey, Ninja Puss, thanks for the sub. I made a CLI tool that creates to-dos as a text-based database, allows me to mark things, Now I'm working on Neovim. What does nerd sniped mean in that context, though? Those are pretty cool things that you're describing, though. Sounds cool. So when this is 0, that should be like that. And then at 0.5, it's already correct. And at 1, it should be black. But it's going backwards. So this is now it's 1 minus this. At 0, no. Right. Let's say plug that in there. So when this is 0, it's there. And when it's 1, it should be completely empty. So now we want to add 1 on top of this. Maybe. Or subtract 1. Add -1. Okay. That's 0. And then as we rewind to 0, yes. Is the cat with the sword inspired by Puss in Boots? You'll have to watch the video. Can I ask what the shader is for? Engulfing something in flame. But the flames are going to be feathered. So this is correct. It's just that this little bit on the end is not correct. Because if we now multiply these two together, that's what it'll look like at 0. And maybe that's okay. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of okay with that. I'm all right with it. And we can clamp this between 0 and 1 as well, just to sanitize it a bit. Cool. Sweet. So maybe we could do a little sub graph for this. It's called like feathered mask or something. For now, I just leave it. Make a group. Yeah, it's called shader graph. And then we want to multiply this output by the result of this. That's what we're looking for, and that passes in there. So now, if I want to mask in, see that? See how it's being masked away now? Now I can make it grow organically in that space. And if I want to mask it out from the bottom, I can make it get sucked up that way. So now my only question is, what happens when the mask out value is higher than the mask in value? So if this is like negative, if this is 0 and this is 1, I guess they're just both 0. That's great. Okay, no problem. All right. It's not for gameplay. It's for like cutscenes. It's basically like, or it could be gameplay, but it's not like gameplay. It's for when something is going to be engulfed in fire momentarily, like from the bottom up. There's going to be a, and then after it is engulfed in fire, from the bottom up again, it's going to go away. So I'm like interpolating it in and then interpolating it out. It's for when they go Super Saiyan, exactly. This is the Super Saiyan shader. So most of the time, those two things will happen essentially in one little go, and it'll be more like something just happening to the thing. You know, it's not like sometimes it's 0, sometimes it's 1. It's not going to go back and forth. There is a degree to which I think I should be able to set this up without 2 parameters. If I just let the values do this. You could set it up so it's like they're just apart by a little bit. So when you're at 0, it goes like this. When you're at 1, it goes like this. That way you get a period where there's nothing, and then it comes in, and then out. The only thing is I can't control how long it's in for. That's the only thing. So I would have to like just preset some amount. I don't know which one I'm going to use more. I don't know if I'm ever going to want to hold on this middle point where it's fully inflamed. Throughout this. This is like, where did the stabilization go? Way up on this thing. What the hell? What am I feeling right now? That's better. Don't try to tell me how to draw. Yeah, so everything inside of here is basically going to be the fire is on. This is the in curve. This is the out curve. I'm not sure if I need these to be... It might be easier to just call this T and just do it like that. I think I'm going to try it like that at first because maybe I'll do a version where I can control it. I don't know. So, see here, call me pain. So, as we look at this, I think I just deleted it. No, it's all here. It's between. This is half T, or this is 2xt, I guess. Multiply T by 2 to get the mask in value, then subtract that value by like 1 to get the out value. So then when T is 0.5, it's not very easy to see, is it? Oh yeah, that worked first try. Look at that. In, out. Oh, that was great. That's perfect. And at 0.5, it should be fully visible. Wow. I'm getting pretty good at this. That was really good. I'm very surprised. Oh, I did something yesterday that was, not yesterday, like last week, that was in a shader, and I was so proud of myself. I did something that used Pythagoras theorem to make a circle. What was it? I was doing something with light, and I was like I was trying to create a feathered circle where I was like trying to just make it look like, you know, a particle, you know, like the stock particle, how it looks like this. And I was like, how do I make this from nothing? If I just got the UV, how do I do this? And what I did was, because the UV is anchored here, right? So bottom up. So I took this value, I added it, I took all the values and centered them. So instead of this is now 0. So I subtracted it by half UV, right? Now the center is here. Then and then I just colored the values inversely based on their distance from this value. So you just like literally subtract the X and the Y. But it's not the X and the Y, because that will give you something that looks like this. Right? It's like a diamond. Because the distance on the X and the Y axis, you know, if you like average them or whatever, that's not a circle. But if you want it to be a circle, you have to figure out the hypotenuse of this triangle. And that's Pythagoras theorem. So now they're all accurate. No matter where you are, you can find out how bright the pixels should be based on how far it is from the center. Right, but the length of, in order to figure out what the length of this line is, you have to use Pythagoras theorem, right? You have X and Y, you don't know the value of that until you a squared plus b squared minus, square root of a squared plus b squared. I was like, huh. Like, it just like dawned on me that that's just how you do that. They should teach, this should be something where, like, in high school or primary school or whatever, whenever you're learning this, they should teach you this and give you this as like an exercise. Like, make a circle with fall off using Pythagoras theorem. It's magnitude, yeah, it is magnitude. But that's what magnitude is. Like, that's important. That's a, like, I understood something intuitively, without having to think, without having to rely on like an external function. There was another one I did that was similar, that I was very proud of. It was like just a little mental bloop. And anyway, this feels like that again. Like, I just did this with 2x, this equals x times 2, and this equals x times 2 minus 1. Well, in this case, it's plus 1. Well, minus 1 if you count time further forward. Something like that. And I just plug that in here, and it just works straight away. It's not complicated stuff. It's not hard. It's just like, you feel like you are efficiently accessing the simplest solution, It feels smart to not overcomplicate something and just get it right. Okay. Yeah, base principles. That's right. That's what I'm trying to say. So right now, the base color here, we're using the vertex color to do this. And because we're using sprite renderers, the vertex color does some weird thing where, as far as I understand, they apply the vertex color after you do this, which really sucks. So instead, you have to provide, I think, your own color. There might be a trick way actually to subtract the vertex color, like to undo the operation, but that's probably not worth doing. So ensign color is something that I will attach to this on the way out. Where this is white to begin with, but we can make it green as well, and it'll be green fire. Sweet. Amazing. So, we don't need this property anymore. See you later. We don't need this property anymore. See you later. We just have color in out T. Done. Okay, so now let's do a little test. Little testy test. Let's create a new game object. You would have to divide. I don't know what you mean. Large object in the game, rock. Sprite renderer, rock. Needs to be quite large in the frame. I will try it with this. It's random. On the character layer, put it here. Give it the engulf material. And then we want to, actually, let's make sure we do that correctly. alpha of 1. Yay. I see. There's also like something we could do here where we could always omit the bottom. I have this feeling that it just doesn't look very good to see the bottom. We could like start it. Maybe we just like subtract always the bottom 2 pixels of this. There's probably a way to do it. Yes. I think I want to do that because I find, unless it's airborne, maybe that should be a separate thing. But like, I always want to subtract the base thing plus the maximum width of the glow. If something's on the ground, you don't want it to feel like the fire's underneath it. You want it to feel like the fire starts at it. So like Armin here is okay, just by pure circumstance. But if we bring that T, well, for some reason, why doesn't he get any on the bottom? Oh, there, you can see it. So I think that's okay, but I might need an option for like to cut away the bottom. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this texture and we're going to do another version of this sample, but this one's going to have a UV where we've we want the texel size, I guess. Where so this is Armin. And we want to subtract this. Might be like 1 on that, I think. Yeah. And then we take this and we subtract from what we would get if we had this. Okay, good. And that's on the x-axis. So instead I want to do this on the y-axis. Cool. And we want this to be 2 pixels. Great. And now, instead of subtract, it's add. Sweet. Only problem is it's got to be like, it's not all of the bottom of him. It's not any bottom. It's just the absolute bottom. And I don't think I can solve that, actually. How do I know where his feet are and his hands aren't? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't think it works. I can't just subtract. I don't think I can do it. No, shaders don't really work that way. Like bottom most would involve. I'm not using a compute shader. No, I don't want to do that. That's what you would do. You would use a compute shader, but I don't think it's worth it. Not for this. A compute shader basically says, let's do some maths on the shader that you could do with a CPU, but it's on the GPU. They're more expensive. And it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal here. Like, it probably wouldn't be that expensive for me. But if the result is just so that we can get literally like a couple pixels off the bottom, I don't think it's worth it. Yes, a height property and have it be manual would be fine. You would just have some sort of, per enemy offset that says where the bottom of their feet is. But I don't need to do that. It's not worth it. If there's no easy way, then I don't care. Okay, so the other thing with here might be like how chaotic it is. I might want to update that. Or in general, I feel like it's not very chaotic. That's this value here. If I update this to like 100, okay, 1. Oh, that looks pretty good. 40. This is the scale of the noise value. So it's actually the speed of the thing and how tiny and granular it is are both coupled because you're crossing more noise territory as you multiply the scale. So I think maybe like, we call it 30. I just have a feeling that it'll need more than this. And I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that. I think it needs to be like just faster. That's okay. That's okay. Maybe like now 20. And yeah, that's pretty good right there, actually. I would say that's quite fiery, wouldn't you say? That looks like flame. Like maybe just like a little more. I feel like this should almost be inverse with the size of the texture. Like something that's very big should have smaller flames relative to the UV. Something that's very small should have bigger flames relative to the UV. But I think this is okay as it is. I think this will get us 90% of the way there. And the killer for this, the thing that would absolutely nail this, would be to have additional particles that were also spawned in, that were the same color, that were just fragmenting around. Didn't you already add the width and the height of the texture into the calculation? Ah, I deleted that. That was just while I was trying to do the bottom cutoff. It's all good. Unless I did it also somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, I got rid of that. this doesn't have it. There might be some textile stuff happening in this sub shader, but no. It's all good. Cool. All right. Well, now, oh, dude, it's 6 o'clock. That's crazy. Hey, bad cop. What's up? Good cop raid. Hey, everyone. Welcome. We're doing some game dev here today. We're learning Bash. Oh, that's fun. I don't actually know Bash very well. I know Bash Bunny. We're doing VFX at the moment. Oh, hey, good cop. Good cop and bad cop. So what I just did was I worked on a shader called an engulf shader, which creates a flame outline around anything I want. And so I can kind of like engulf them in flame. And you can even like have it animate in and out. So I can start with nothing and then it goes woof. And then it can go woof and disappear. Yeah. Very happy with it. Came up a treat. And all of this is because we're doing some cutscenes at the moment in a temple where we're doing some very Tears of the Kingdom style stuff. The Balatro Pro. Is she a Balatro Pro? Is she good at it? I don't know. I only know her as a dev. That'd be hilarious. Oh, she faked it. I was quite the Balatroman for a while. I got to like E26 or something like that in one of my runs. I was pretty proud of that. I didn't get to infinite. So you see that little flame flourish on the enemy? I want to supplement that by putting the enemy on fire as well. I had a crazy run. Yeah, it's really annoying that I got to like E15 on my first run of Balatro. It took a long time to get better than that. Dude, I have a run. I sent this to TJ a while ago. I have a run that was so godlike. I literally took a screenshot of it to send it to him. It was godlike, not because it was actually a good run. It was godlike because of, look at this. Let me show you guys this. You want to see something just sickeningly stupid? Look at this run. Yeah, I like to see a cool shader. Isn't that just absurd? It wasn't even that good. It's not good, it's just rare. Like, how do you get... I almost got all of them. I almost got Exodia of the legendaries. Ooh, the ink. That's cool. Ah, Very nice. This feels like the intro to Shrek. What a load of somebody wants to. It's cool. Nice shader. It's really effective. Like it super does the thing that it's trying to be. I totally buy it. From the highest room of the tallest tower. And true love's first kiss. Yeah, normally when I'm using shaders, I hurt myself in my confusion. They're not always super effective. Okay. So, what's happening? We have this fire effect, and we need the splines to sort of start doing their thing before we spawn this guy in. So like, almost like, yeah, sort of like that. Maybe even a little further back. Pop this guy back here as well. Let's try that. The thing is, it's the same thing, you know? They're all the same. It is scary, but it's not that scary. You know? Like this, yes, there's a lot happening here. And yes, it's only like... This would be like... There's a few functions going on. Like this feels like a lot. And even inside of this, there's a lot happening. This is just because I don't have a for loop. This should be like 3 lines of code, but it's because I need to offset things in 4 different directions and blah, 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 blah. To do like an average so I can create a blur. It does look scary though, right? It looks like you're creating this monstrosity. And it can sometimes be hard to sort of like come back if you've not been looking at it for a while to understand what's happening. Yeah, Unreal Engine. I've stayed far away from Unreal World. No, this needs to be a bit more here. And then this needs to happen later. Oh, he's already awake. Get out of here. And then, hey, it looked good, but I accidentally had the timescale too fast. I think I need something more explosive. Okay, so I had a question. Wanderer of the Land of Ooze says, Adam, this question's out of nowhere, but do you still enjoy playing games as much as you did when you were younger? Do you know what? I would if I had more time. There's something that's happened to me in the last 6 years since I've been working on this game. Not at the beginning, but like as I've been working on it more and more. I noticed that my time is so poor. I'm so time poor that if a game is slow or like doesn't respect my time, like if it's like a long run back, you know, Souls-like or something, as a kid, I didn't care about that stuff. As an adult, I'm like, come on. Like, I only have an hour for this. I don't want to I don't have time for games that are slow or take a long time to get good or, you know, I kind of want to just be able to enjoy it earlier. I don't want to be that way, but that's just how it is, you know? Oh, geez. That's insane. That's more spaghetti than code. Yeah, like if I was unemployed, I would enjoy games the same way I did as a kid. I did enjoy Night Rain. All right. Yeah, what's the problem here? Let's have a look. There's something that just doesn't feel very... it feels like... One, it feels like it's a bit early. The flame feels a bit early. This might just be a tweaking thing. Oh, it is early. What the hell? It's supposed to be exactly when this spline ends. That's when we start. And then this shows up somewhat after. We have to make sure that the effect is appearing in front of the rest of it, which I believe it does. If I go to FX. Fire effect is foreground effects, so it will be in front. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It doesn't feel like it's coming up out of the fire though. It sort of just looks like it's being popped in by the fire. What is the way? Do I scale it? The issue is that you don't have enough free time. Not that... Yeah, I mean, look, I will say one thing. As I've gotten older, I have become a more critical person in general. I think I notice myself getting upset by things that aren't good. Like things that I would have done differently, or even in movies. But I've always been like that. That's the thing. I've always watched a movie and gone, oh, I didn't like that because this didn't happen, or because this should have been more like this. So there's like aspects where I'm just grumpy as a person sometimes, or like sometimes it's that I can see something and feel like I can see how it would have been better, and it frustrates me that it wasn't. I still think, like, if you gave me like 2 weeks and put me in a dark room and let me play the Assassin's Creed 2 trilogy, I think I would enjoy it the same as I did when I first played it. I don't think it would be, I mean, other than the faces looking really terrible, I think I could get into that game and enjoy it the same way. I'm sure I could suspend my disbelief that way. I feel that way about retro games too. I could play Mario Brothers 3 and enjoy that. I just, recently when I've been trying to play big games like that, I just feel like I don't have the time to start them. But that's more of a me problem. Because you know what? I watch like an hour and a half of TikTok a day. So I know that's more granular. It's 5 minutes here and 5 minutes there. But like, if I just organize my time better, I probably could play like an hour of a big game every day and be done in 2 months or a month. It's research. Not when I do it. All right. So... It's not bad. It's not bad. It just needs to like, it probably needs to scale up. If it does like a poof, that'd be great. I just don't like the idea of doing that with game objects that have their own autonomy. It just feels icky to scale something up in a cutscene. But I want to do it anyway, because, you know, what else are we going to do here? It'd be nice if it was a function. This is what I struggle with when it comes to Unity or video game linear editing, like timelines, cutscenes, sequencing, anything where it's like, I want to design an effect and I want to keep that and use it somewhere else. It's like, where does that live? Where does that effect live of like something going, you know, maybe I could write it everywhere, like on every enemy. Every enemy has a thing called spawn in. And I just guarantee that they have it, and then it's a function call, maybe. But then I want to sync that with the fire effect as well. And then if I write it here, if I hard code it, it's like stuck here, you know? Yeah, maybe. I wasn't even thinking about using a shader. I was going to move the transform. I was going to scale the transform directly. Yeah. Maybe I should make an Uber shader for this kind of thing. It doesn't feel right though. It doesn't feel, I don't know. Mein Gott. Yeah. You know what you do? You do it the dumb way the first time. And what about a DoorDash shader? I think we do it the dumb way the first time, and if we have to reuse it, then we refactor. Scott Ponderdev says, I dabbled into shader code the other day and was overwhelmed by the boilerplate stuff. Yeah, dude, that's how I feel every single time. I'm like, I could do this with code, and then I get into it, I'm like, oh, this is annoying. Frag, vert, I gotta do all this stuff at the top, and I gotta pass the functions in, declare the functions, and I mean the variables, and then I can only use the ones that I declared up here, and I have to do, it's just like extra stuff, you know, just extra stuff. I know it's not a big deal either. And I've done it. I wrote a compute shader for the last project that I worked on, but I still feels icky. Copy paste. That's some neat trick. That copy paste of yours. You know, I'm something of a script kiddie myself. What am I doing? I'm building a subgraph that does something here. So UV, here's my UV. Well, you can thank Willem Dafoe for the voice. It's his voice. What is happening right now? Can we please? Okay. So you got your UV and you want to multiply. And you want to take... Sure. Okay. I'll do it. Hey, I will. You watch me. Split on the y-axis. Preview that. Do this first. Then you do that, and then you do that. And if we go boing, 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 yeah, that's great. You 1 minus this guy, but only on the y-axis. You plug that in there, you go boing, boing, boing. Actually, we don't want to do that. Yeah, we do. Well, that'll flip the whole thing, won't it? That'll flip the whole thing. We don't want to do that. We want to not 1 minus anything. Keep everything as it is. Okay, we want this part to go wop, 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 wop. So if it's 1, it's like that. If I want to squash it, I add. So it's 1 minus some extra property. called stretch or whatever. So it's stretch 1 minus the stretch. Pass that in there. As I add that, it stretches up. Okay, but I want 1 to equal this. So this is where I get confused. If I pass 1 in there, that's 1. If I go half, it goes big. So it is 1 minus this. But I want to add 0.5. Maybe? Or add 0.5 here. Before we do the 1 minus. So if I say it's 0. No. 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 You want J. Jonah Jameson?
Bring me more pictures of...
Hang on.
Bring me more pictures of Spider-Man. What do I look like?
What does he say? Give me some lines. What are some things he says? J.K. Simmons.
He's Parker. J.K. Simmons.
He's a guy who I don't even. I'm trying here. I've got some. Let me. Hang on. I know what I got here. Hang on. Hang on. We got this.
All right. I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons,
I'll try. I'm not quite there yet.
when life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your damn lemon.
Oh, I'll try.
I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? Demand is.
I can get there, you know. I can get there. It's going to take me a while, though.
What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day. It thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am?
Almost.
Do you know who I am?
Not quite.
Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
Not quite. I'm close.
All right, I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager.
That's better.
Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am?
That's better.
I'm the man who's gonna... I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
It's close. It's sounding a little bit like
Tony Stark built these in a cave with a box of scraps.
You know, there's too much depth.
Hey man, Tony Stark built this in a cave.
Well, I'm not Tony Stark. It's a little too throaty, but close.
But yeah, just not my tempo, unfortunately.
Yeah, I love impressions. I'm just not very good off the cuff. That's the problem. I can't just make up stuff, they would say. So it has to be like quotes. Because if it's quotes, I can remember how they said it. Like I can tell when it's, you know, like when, yeah. Anyway. Okay. That was fun. So at 0, that's fine. So I kind of want to just like add 1 to this. no, I want to subtract 1 from this and pass that in. So when it's 1, it's correct. When it's smaller than 1, it squashes down. When it's bigger than 1, it goes up. That's perfect. That's what I want. Thank you so much. I like the J. Jonah Jameson, J.K. Simmons voice is one that it's not like me at all, but I found a way to like contort the throat to do it, and it's not hard. It's so fun inhabiting someone else's voice because it's like you learn where in their mouth they talk, you know,
Like, he's here, you know?
and it's like it's a different place. It's here. He talks from like down here, whereas like I talk from like up here. It feels like I'm right there.
He's like here, you know? He's right there.
It's so throaty and confident. It feels confident to do it. I feel like cooler. It's a very masculine way to speak, you know? So this needs to then merge again. And this is the X, and this is the Y. And this is the Y, don't you look like you're supposed to? There we go. And then if I make this go down and up, I can squash it like that. Yeah. Just need that confidence booster. Well, he's always yelling. That's the thing. He's always yelling. He's like a scary dad character. All of the characters he plays are scary dads. Baldur's Gate 3? No, I haven't played it. I own it. I haven't played it. I played like the first hour. Brenzia says, hello, mister. In your opinion, how long will it take to learn programming in the field of games and web development? Games and web development? Those are two different things. Game development, there's another question here about like, what do you mean by learn? Like, what do you mean by learn? It's like, you could learn a beginner level in 6 months, but you won't learn an expert level for like 2 or 3 years minimum. If you did it every day and you had a really good mentor, it's still a few years. But if it's like you want to get started, you know, 6 months maybe, like one uni course. The Kermit. I know. My Jordan Peterson is Kermit the Frog. They're the same guy. There is an offset here. Wait, is there a pivot? There's no pivot. There's no sprite. Wait, can I sample the pivot on a sprite? Or is that not in Textureland? That's in... No, it's not part of it. I can't do it. That's a shame. But I could pass in the pivot. And I could subtract that from this first. But it's not the pivot that I want, is it? Oh, it's not the pivot. It's the foot point of the object, which is, who knows what that is. This is where modulating the transform would be better because the transform's already pivoted correctly. Yeah. What am I trying to solve here, though? That's the other thing, you know? Like, this feels pretty good. It feels like, what? That's pretty good. Wait, does that animation curves in this? No, it's not. You can't put curves in there. That's a shame. I guess I could put a curve in there by like doing a parabola. But now we're just goofing around at that point. If you take x squared and make that y, then it would do it, right? As you go from like -1 to 1, you could say like some float, and then you would just curve the input. But I'm just trying to be clever. I'm just trying to be clever here. You could take a value, you could do the abs of that, you could pass that into there, you could go -1, that's a curve. You could do the 1 minus. Or you could do subtract. I've got this right now, and I want to Madam Marble, flip it around. Wicked Witch. I want to make it Wumbo. So, all right, I'm done. Yeah, it is that easy stuff now. I don't even need to do any of this stuff. I think I just want to make this a sub. I don't even need it right now even. What do I want to do though? I do want to do something. Yeah, just manually do it in the text, in the graph. Flip it around, Wicked Witch. Any theater kids in chat? All right. So Dandelion Vine. It's an animation track on Dandelion Vine, which is 2.1, this guy. And then inside of this, come on, man. Give me a graph group. Give me a group. What? Am I crazy? Is there no group option? Isn't there? Don't I just group? Okay. Okay, so then he appears here, and on this guy, I want to do this. This is what I want to do. Take you. Okay. And I want to scale you from like 0.8 and 0.8. Okay, you don't want to do that. Why don't you want to do that? And then you want to go you get out of here. No. You get out of here. And then you want to go from 0.8 to beyond 1 on both of these axes. And you want to do this on the way there. And you want this to take like a little bit longer. Wait. Less time. And then another keyframe where you rest at 1. 1. I don't know what this is. Get out of here. Okay. So then you get something like this. Hello. Oh, dude, I used the wrong value. This, all of this. Hello. Should be up. Yep.
I'm just gonna have a shower, like a quick one.
Okay.
Could you heat up dinner if you finish?
If I will, but I will if I do. Why can I not do that? Why can't I take these properties on one and paste them onto the other? Oh, I can. Oh, come on, man. Oh my gosh. Okay, anyway. Now it's... Great. See you, software artificer. Progress tracker on what? Oh. On the whole game, I want to say, I'll just give you anything, right? I could just say any number. 80%. Why'd that do that? Probably because the thing is already determining its own size every single frame anyway. So maybe instead of doing that, what we can do is, can I reassign? You know what? There is a way of doing this, and it's hell to do it, because what you do is you can click this. 80% out of 200. Hey, probably right. You're not sure how much you have left to do. I'm not sure how much what I have left to do is in scale relative to how much I've done. There's a difference between those two things. Dandelion vine. And then vine. Sprite. Transform. Scale. Better, for sure. That was pretty reasonable. I think I just have to do it a bit earlier. Just a little bit. Boop, 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 boop. Maybe to like here. I don't understand though, like this here, I should be able to drag this back. I mean, I can do it. Maybe I'll just do it this way. This stuff in Unity is an absolute mess. Like just how timelines work, how they get inspected, all of it. It's such a mess. Dude, why are you still visible? And it's not like wrong, you know, like it's not like bad. It's just not enough. It's just not polished enough. That's better. That felt pretty good. Ouch. Cool. Sweet. There was we were doing something on Friday, which I never got around to showing you guys. We were talking about how to collect items from enemies when we use that special magic system. And I think I've nailed it. So there's a problem, right? Which is if you have items that drop from enemies, like coins, you can miss the coins, right? The coins, they drop, you don't pick them up, fine. Then you can have, what if the item dropped is a key item, like an item that you need to have? Well, then you probably should just add it to the inventory as soon as it comes out of the enemy. You don't want to like accidentally leave a key item behind and have the flag set to true, and then that gets set to the save file, and then the game thinks you have the item, but you never got the item because it's not in the inventory. You would never want to do that, right? Especially if it's like a crafting material that's like, well, there are only 5 of these in the game, and if you use them to craft a thing, then they go away forever. So you can't check to see if you have it in the inventory, because then they'll respawn on the enemy if you use the crafting material. So it has to be a one-off. The thing you save to the save file is when you kill the enemy. But what if you don't want to just add it to the inventory straight away? What if you want it to feel a bit more momentous? That's what was happening with us before. I would take out this enemy, and because you're still in mid-combat, getting the item was just like such a minor thing in the top left-hand corner that it felt like not a big deal. And I realized that I do this thing in the game where when you're stealing abilities off of enemies, the timescale slows down, I darken the screen, and I show the ability going into you. And I was like, what if we use the same feature for these special items? So that's what I'm doing now. Check this out. See that? I'm gonna do it slow first, and then I'll show you in full speed. So it boing, bop, and now it's in your inventory. So unless you you literally can't leave the scene while that's happening, and it's a little nice momentous moment, and it's guaranteed to go into your inventory. It's pretty good. It's not perfect. I still think there needs to be a change of the HUD on their health bar to make it more obvious that it bursts, or it does something that's really obvious. That you don't need to do anymore, that it's a satisfied condition. and that it feels like it's popping off of their health bar, but it's good. It's good. It's a good start. With a good sound effect and some more VFX on it, it'll be great. I'm almost at the point where I want to do little, like, little things that do this in the game. I don't know if you guys ever... There's something that I love that some games do, way back on like the Game Boy Advance, stuff like that, where you'll have like something that says like, that appears like over the enemy, like, you know, just like a tiny little like bling, 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 and then it disappears, you know, and you don't translate it. You keep it in like English, you know, or like stun or something like that. And you have it flash on screen for like half a second as it rises up, and then it disappears. And you never, it's just like a flavor thing. Or it's similar to the word like combo, you know, where just seeing the word means something different. It has like some kind of a cross language significance, because it just looks cool to see to see a word appear if the word means like, if the word is associated with like doing something like good in a video game. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like there are certain words, like I guess there are words that Japanese games used that were English. So like combo, perfect, super, you know, overkill, or like stun, or like not dizzy, that's not one. I don't know. I don't think I want to necessarily put those in, but like one that I might put in, yeah, bonus for sure, would be something like this. Like item get, or just the word item. You just put the word item on the screen. Item. You know? Another one might be like counter. Yeah, fish on. Exactly. Fish on. Is that Twilight Princess? Fish on? Fish on. It's in all different fishing games. Is that right? I don't know why that feels so familiar to me. Fish on. Fish on. Using the word get after after anything, like shine get. Is that what they say in Mario? Shine get. Okay is another one. Just okay. Fish on. Hey, I was right. Fish on. Yes. Not Mandela effect. Memory. Fish on. Fish on. Hell yeah. That's amazing. I love fish on. I love item get. Game start is another one. Game start. Fish on. Set. Just the word set.
Set. Sudden death.
You know?
Game.
Okay. J.K. Simmons announcing Smash Brothers.
Spider-Man.
What's the character's name in the superhero thing he's in?
Game set. Free for all. Versus.
He would be. I can't. That's so absurd.
Fight.
Yeah, exactly. He could do a Marvel vs. Capcom. He would be a good announcer. He would be good. J.K. Simmons. All right. So I wanted to add momentarily. Dude, I don't know how I'm going to do it. I guess I just do like an animation track as I had before, but this time it's the same track, but in this track I assign a different... Oh, it feels so ugly to do this. But yeah, basically take this guy, I go here, and then from when I activate it to when I deactivate it, I go to your little thingy here, I go here, I go here, I go here, I go here. I change enemy material to flame. Wait, but can I change the material properties inside of timeline? Because it becomes engulf material. And T becomes 0. And then by here, I guess T would become 1. Maybe like T would become 1 maybe further over. Woof. Woof. And then it fades away. But it's already faded by like here, which is, what is that value at that point? We're not even close, buddy. Not even bloody close, mate. woof. And it doesn't really start until further back anyway. So it's like woof. By all senses except physical, I am a woof. And then, yeah, I guess the height on the thing is so much taller. Like the sprite ends all the way up here, so yeah. Another way to do this would be to bring this back, but bring it down. So it's more like... Cool. And then on this frame, I would change the material to be back to enemy shader. Uh-oh. It won't let me. It won't let me. How do I even do, what is this? Oh my gosh. What even is this? I can't change it. Brother, why can't I change it? All right. This feels like a job for do it somewhere else. I can't seem to assign the materials the way I want anyway. So let's just get rid of that. I don't know what to do. I feel like the scale is another one where we should be doing this separate from this. I feel like, yeah. Maybe even the spline, like maybe the whole thing is something that should happen on an enemy where I'd call a function and the enemy goes woof and just explodes into existence. As a behavior, as a state. Or not as a state. No, it would be like a function because it needs to be independent of the enemy logic. It would just be like some extra script that did this. You know what? I'm just going to do it right now because it feels bad to live in a world where I've got everything set up, but I just don't have it existing. So all right. But I got to go, chat. I got to go. I'll do this tonight. Pals, it was awesome hanging with you. You should wishlist Insignia on Steam if you're interested in making sure that it comes out sooner than later. Because your support helps me secure the future. It means publishers get to see there's attention on it. It means better funding. Where are we dropping? Dude, Where We Droppin' is like an 8-year-old game reference now. Isn't that sad? Like, Where We Droppin' is now an unk thing to say. Coding Fortnite in Minecraft, day 51. Okay. Sounds fun. Thank you, chat. It was a pleasure. I had a lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed the meetings we had today and watching me do some VFX. I'll catch you very soon. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.